Chapter 199. Ah! Hua Jie struggled madly. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a little chick, unable to put up any resistance. Silence. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After knowing Hua Jie's identity, Lu Ming still dared to grab Hua Jie by the throat. Even the elites of the 5 major sects did not have the guts to do so. After all, they were an imperial city and the geniuses of the imperial family. Let go of young master. The 6 burly men ignored their injuries and rushed over. If you don't want him to die, go ahead. Lu Ming said. The 6 burly men stopped in their tracks. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the cracked armor beast. Roar! The cracked armor beast seemed to be afraid of Lu Ming and slowly retreated. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear radiance pierced through the cracked armor beast's scales, causing blood to flow. Roar! The cracked armor beast was injured and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were red and filled with a murderous aura. Come on! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and brought Hua Jie to the cracked armor beast's mouth. However, the cracked armor beast looked at Hua Jie and hesitated. It seemed to be afraid of Hua Jie. Lu Ming smiled and cut Hua Jie's arm. A stream of blood flew into the cracked armor beast's mouth. Roar! The cracked armor beast went crazy after being injured and having blood in its mouth. It opened its mouth and roared. Its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at Hua Jie. No, don't! Hua Jie screamed at the top of his lungs. He was scared out of his wits and his whole body was trembling. I'm sure many people have been eaten by your demon beasts. Now that your cracked armor beast has swallowed you, you deserve it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone around them was shocked. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually wanted the cracked armor beast to eat Hua Jie. Many people were cheering in their hearts. Hua Jie had committed all kinds of crimes in Imperial City because of his status, but no one dared to say anything. Because his father was Heavenly King Suppressor. Given that he was known as Heaven Suppressing, one could imagine how powerful he was. Most importantly, Heavenly King Suppressor was very close to the Decimo Sword Sect. Roar! The splinter armor beast roared and lunged at Hua Jie with its mouth wide open. No! The 6 middle-aged men roared. Ah! Hua Jie let out an incomparably miserable scream. It was incomparably sorrowful and mournful. Hua Jie was so scared that he wet his pants. Lu Ming smiled faintly and retreated slightly, causing the cracked armor beast to miss. Ah! Hua Jie continued to scream. After a while, he realized that he was fine and stopped. Then, he realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their faces were all red. It was obvious that they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At the same time, a foul stench wafted into Hua Jie's nose. In an instant, his face changed from pale to ashen, and then to red. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Ah, damn it, damn it! Hua Jie screamed madly in his heart. The young lord ordered his beast to devour others. I didn't know that he was so cowardly. Today, I've learned something new. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming tossed Hua Jie aside casually. He did not even look at Hua Jie as he laughed and left. In fact, he didn't plan to kill Hua Jie from the beginning. He came to the imperial capital this time to investigate his father. If he killed Hua Jie, Heavenly King Suppressor would definitely go crazy and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial capital. Now, he just wanted to teach Hua Jie a lesson. The grudge he had with Hua Jie was only between the younger generation. Heavenly King Suppressor wouldn't dare to interfere. At least on the surface, he wouldn't. If they were juniors, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone. Damn it, I swear that I'll kill you no matter who you are. Hua Jie roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Lu Ming would return. If any of you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I'll kill his entire family. After Lu Ming walked far away, Hua Jia looked at the surrounding crowd and shouted angrily. Everyone despised him. This Hua Jia was a bully. He pissed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off again. However, they weren't as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. Let's go. Hua Jia shouted and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming didn't look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. Brother, please wait a moment. After walking for a while, a shout came from behind him. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, two people were striding towards him. One of them was a girl in her late teens. She was slightly older than Lu Ming and was very beautiful. The other was a young man in his mid-teens. He looked similar to the girl. He had red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's brows twitched slightly. He didn't know these two people. Why were they looking for him? Were they Hua Jia's men? Are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I'm Pearl. I admire you for teaching Hua Jia a lesson. That's why I wanted to get to know you. The girl cupped her fists. I'm Ming Peak, and I'm Ming Peak. What's your name, brother? It was so satisfying just now. I wanted to fight too, but my sister stopped me. The young man exclaimed. He seemed very lively. The two people's gazes were pure and harmless. They must be telling the truth. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I'm Tianyun. Tianyun was Lu Yuntian's name in reverse. Since he had disguised himself, he naturally had to change his name. So it's Brother Tian. You look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's admirable. Moreover, you didn't fear Hua Jia and brazenly attacked him. I'm ashamed. Pearl said. You're too polite. It was just a small effort. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brother Tianyun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Hua Jia lesson. Ha ha ha, he actually pissed his pants just now. That was so fun. I'm sure it'll cause a sensation in Imperial Capital. Ming Peak laughed. He was very good at making connections. He directly called Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming didn't mind. He only smiled. Brother Tian, this should be your first time in Imperial Capital, right? Pearl asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Ming Zhu nodded with an as-expected expression and continued, Brother Tian, although that Hua Jia is a hedonistic son and is not worth mentioning, his father is the suppressing heavenly king. You have to be careful. Sky suppressing king. Is he strong? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he had never heard of the sky suppressing king before. Of course he's strong. A hint of fear flashed in Pearl's eyes. He said, the sky-suppressing king is the eldest brother of the current emperor. He has extremely profound cultivation and is in charge of more than half of the military power in the world. He's invincible. It's said that he has a special relationship with the Shifang sword sect. Oh, he's really a big shot. Chapter 200. Even if he knew what kind of person the heaven-suppressing king was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm expression, Pearl secretly admired him. Big Brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the Star General Hall? Ming Peak suddenly asked. Star General Hall. Lu Ming was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. That's right, the Star General Hall is a place created by the imperial family to gather the world's geniuses. Besides the 5 major sects, it is the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire. Ming Peak answered. There's such a place. Lu Ming's expression flickered. Brother Tian, if you're here for business and will leave soon, then it's fine. But if you plan to stay in the imperial capital for a long time, then I suggest you join the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was created by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire and has been in use ever since. As long as you join the Star General Hall, the older generation like the heaven-suppressing king will have no reason to act. At most, only the younger generation will be able to act. Pearl explained. Then, Pearl explained a little about the Star General Hall. It was very simple. It was a place where the imperial family gathered the world's geniuses and trained generals. Thus, it was called the Star General Hall. Many of those who came out of the Star General Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the Star General Hall might be a good choice. Joining the Star General Hall would at least give him a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the Star General Hall was an extremely important place in the imperial capital. He might be able to obtain some important information there. What are the requirements to join the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. If there's a requirement, there's only one, and that is talent. As long as you have talent, the Star General Hall will accept you regardless of your identity, background, or cultivation. It doesn't matter if you're the son or daughter of a noble or a commoner. Pearl said. So lenient? Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat incredulous. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. There's a saying that the Scorching Sun royal family is unwilling to be controlled by the 10 Directions sword sect and wants to nurture their own faction. That's why they created the Star General Hall with such low conditions. Ming Peak whispered. Oh. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the relationship between the 10 Directions sword sect and the imperial family was rather subtle. Brother Tian, Star General Hall will open its doors to recruit a new batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is Star General Hall's monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Pearl said. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you, my sister is also a member of the Star General Hall. As for me, I will also be joining the Star General Hall the day after tomorrow. At that time, let's go together. Ming Peak shouted. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Tian, take care. See you the day after tomorrow. Pearl cupped his fists and left with Ming Peak. After that, Lu Ming continued to wander around. After passing a few streets, he found an inn and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing much happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. The Star General Hall was very famous in the imperial capital. He found out the exact location of the Star General Hall after asking around. Lu Ming headed toward the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, stretching as far as the eye could see. The entrance of the Star General Hall was very majestic. On both sides, there were 2 bronze Qilin statues, looking extraordinarily mighty. At the entrance, there were more than 10 burly men standing upright. Their bodies emitted a strong and ferocious aura. Obviously, they were all experts. Furthermore, they were martial grandmasters. There was a table in front of the entrance. A white-haired old man was registering. There were many people coming and going at the entrance. They were all old students of the Star General Hall. Those who joined the Star General Hall were called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were new students who wanted to join the Star General Hall. Big brother Tianyun. Lu Ming heard a shout the moment he arrived. Ming Peak and Pearl walked over. Good morning. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Looks like there aren't many people here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and said with a smile. The Star General Hall recruits a new batch of people every month. Therefore, there aren't many people here. On average, there are about 100 people here every month. Pearl explained. Show me your bloodline. At that moment, a young man walked up to the old man. The old man said indifferently. Buzz! A blood-red light flashed on the young man's body and a tall brown bear appeared. 3 blood-red chakras flashed on the brown bear's body. 3rd grade bloodline, not bad. What's your name? The old man asked. Feng Wei. The young man replied. Then, the old man took out a jade token and inscribed several inscriptions on it. He passed the jade token to the young man and said, "All right, this is your identity jade token. From now on, you're a student of the Star General Hall." The young man was overjoyed. He took the jade token and walked into the Star General Hall. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't this procedure too simple? It's that simple. Pearl smiled. Then, won't there be disciples from the 5 major sects in the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, there will be disciples from the 5 major sects. There are quite a number of them. Some of them specially came to join the Star General Hall. Some are here to cultivate, some are here to gain experience. However, after joining the Star General Hall, there are certain measures in place. Pearl explained. Lu Ming was amazed. One by one, the young men went to register. Lu Ming noticed that as long as one's bloodline was at least 2nd grade, they could join the Star General Hall. Brat, it's you. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent sounded. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but reveal a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. It was Hua Jie. Hua Jie had changed into a silver robe with a jade belt around his waist. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Beside him, there were a few young men following behind him as they walked over. Brat, you dare to stay in the imperial capital and even want to join the Star General Hall? Just as well, you won't be leaving today. Hua Jie said darkly. Ha, isn't this the young prince? What a coincidence. You've changed your pants, why do you still have a stench? Lu Ming's nose twitched as he said with a smile. You're courting death. Hua Jie's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a sinister expression. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to speak of what happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. The news spread quickly and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial capital. He had become a laughingstock. Hua Jie hated Lu Ming to the core. Now, Lu Ming still dared to mention this matter. Pfft! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. So he's the young man from 2 days ago. How dare he treat Hua Jie like that? Hua Jie probably hates him to the core. There's going to be a show to watch. Chen Xiong is beside Hua Jie. That brat is finished. Chapter 201. Little Prince, is this the kid? A tall young man beside Hua Jie looked at Lu Ming with hostility. That's the kid. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Hua Jie gritted his teeth. Hee, little prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson? I'll teach him a lesson. Chen Xiong took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming mockingly. Do as you see fit. Break his arms and legs first. The rest is up to you. Hua Jie said in a deep voice. All right, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Chen Xiong sneered as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th level martial master. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was merely a peak 4th level martial master and yet he dared to be so arrogant. Chen Xiong, this is the general hall. Don't mess around. Ming Zhu's face was solemn as he stepped forward. Io, isn't this beautiful Pearl? Why, do you want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Don't ask for trouble. Chen Xiong scolded. Pearl's expression changed and turned ugly. What are you being so arrogant for? At most, we'll fight. Ming Peak shouted when he saw Pearl being bullied. You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out. You're just an ant. You want to fight? I'll cripple you right now. Chen Xiong sneered and closed in on Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. His gaze was calm as a powerful aura rose from his body. 4th level martial master aura. So you're a 4th level martial master. No wonder you can defeat the 6 experts under the little prince. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can fight me just because we're both 4th level martial masters? I'll let you know how naive you are. Qin Xiong's gaze flickered as he said in disdain. Then you can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. Their auras clashed and a gust of wind swept up. What are you doing? No fighting is allowed at the entrance of the general hall. Get out. Suddenly, the old man in charge of registration at the entrance of the Star General Hall let out a furious roar. An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's expression changed. This old man was definitely a martial ancestor realm expert. Elder, this person has a grudge with me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately. Hua Jie cupped his fists at the old man. Young prince, although you are of noble status, this is Star General Hall. Star General Hall has its own rules. Aside from His Majesty the Emperor, no one is allowed to break the rules of Star General Hall. You are no exception. The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of backing down. You. Hua Jie's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The elders of the Star General Hall were directly under the Emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly King Suppression, was here, the elders of the Star General Hall might not give him face. Humph, brat, consider yourself lucky. However, your luck will only last for 3 days. Let's see how you'll die in 3 days. Hua Jie stared coldly at Lu Ming. Let's go. Then, Hua Jie waved his hand and strode into the Star General Hall. Qin Xiong glanced coldly at Lu Ming, sneered, and followed Hua Jie. All right. Continue. The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the hall to begin with. Soon, it was Ming Peak's turn. After Ming Peak, it was Lu Ming's turn. Condense your bloodline and let me see. The old man glanced indifferently at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, there was a flash of blood-red light on his body. The spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed. At the same time, his 6 blood-red chakras shone brightly. Level 6 bloodline. The old man's eyes suddenly emitted an intense light, like 2 suns. On the side, Pearl, Ming Peak, and a few others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Level 6 bloodline, it was actually a level 6 bloodline. One should know that in the 5 major sects, those with a level 6 bloodline were top-notch geniuses and newcomers. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year. The old man's eyes flickered and he suddenly asked, which of the 5 major sects do you belong to? Lu Ming was taken aback. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the old man was suspicious because his bloodline was too high. However, the appearance of his chakras was not under his control. Otherwise, he would have shown 3 chakras and it would not be too eye-catching. I don't belong to any of the 5 major sections. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He was not lying. He was indeed a rogue cultivator. Oh. The old man's eyes flickered. Obviously, he did not believe him. What's your name? The old man asked. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied. Then, the old man took out a jade token and engraved a few inscriptions on it. He handed the jade token to Lu Ming and said, 3 days later, there will be a test at the martial arts field. Okay. Lu Ming took the jade token and nodded. Big brother Tianyun, where's your room? After Lu Ming registered, Ming Peak came up and asked. Lu Ming took the jade token and injected his true qi into it. Immediately, some information appeared. Outer Hall, room 11,232. Lu Ming said. Then we're together. I'm in room 11231 and my sister is not far from us. She's in room 11186. Ming Peek was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. Martial artists must have their own rooms. There were more than 10,000 people in the Hall of General. There must be at least 10,000 people in the Hall of General. But it was normal when he thought about it. The Hall of General recruited a group of people every month. Even if it was not a lot each time, it would accumulate over the years. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Pearl warned with a serious expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. That elder had told everyone who joined that there would be a test at the martial arts field 3 days later. Moreover, Hua Jie had also said that Lu Ming's luck was good. It would only be 3 days. 3 days later, let's see how he'll die. He was very curious about this. What exactly is going on with the test 3 days later? Lu Ming asked. Ming Zhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you also know that when the Star General Hall recruits people, they don't ask about their background or background. They take in anyone. There are definitely all sorts of people in there. Of course the Hall of General won't do nothing. Thus, the students who have just joined the Hall of General will be tested 3 days later. The test is actually very simple. The old students will spar with the new students. On the surface, it's a spar, but in reality, it's to test the new students. If they are disciples of the 5 great sects, they will definitely not receive any training in the future. Pearl explained in detail. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded his head. If that's the case, Hua Jia and the others were planning to tamper with the test in 3 days. Therefore, Brother Tian, you have to be careful in 3 days. Normally, the old students will be selected by the elders of the Hall of General. However, with Hua Jia's influence, it won't be difficult for him to tamper with the test. Pearl continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled, not minding it at all. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Qin Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th layer of the Martial Master Realm, he once killed a 5th layer Martial Master Realm expert with a single slash. He is incomparably powerful and is not someone ordinary cultivators can compare to. Pearl continued. Genius? Isn't that more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. Chapter 202. The Star General Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. Mountains, rivers, historical sites, and scenic spots were everywhere. Especially the halls and pavilions, they were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. The dormitories in the Star General Hall were filled with pavilions. They were all 7 floors high and had rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging on the door with the number 11232. Ming Peek's room was right next to his. He took out his identity jade token and shone it at the metal plate. The metal plate glowed and the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf at the side of the room. The bookshelf was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the Star General Hall is better than in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Although the imperial family has declined, they are still legitimate and have a strong foundation. Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Pearl and Ming Peek. Brother Tian, you just joined the Star General Hall. Let me show you around. Ming Zhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with the place. Lu Ming, Pearl, and Ming Peek walked around the Star General Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this time, Lu Ming found out that Pearl and Ming Peek were the sons and daughters of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the borders and fought wars all year round. As his sons and daughters, they naturally joined the Star General Hall and could become great generals in the future. The 3 of them chatted as they walked and slowly became closer. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a secret manual appeared in his hand. 3 Dao palms was one of the 2 earth rank martial techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongyi tribe's ruins. He did not have the energy to cultivate it before, but now that he had cultivated the airborne steps to the highest level, he could finally cultivate the 3 Dao palms. Lu Ming opened the 3 Dao palms manual and carefully read it. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face revealing a look of amazement. The 3 palms was a completely offensive martial skill, and its power was beyond his imagination. 3 palms, in fact, there were only 3 palms in total. The first palm was the human Dao palm. The second palm was the beast Dao palm. The third palm was the heavenly law palm. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the human Dao palm, was already equivalent to the power of other earth-level martial skills. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low-grade earth-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a high-grade earth-rank martial skill. As for the third palm, the Heaven's Path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest level, its might would be infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart fiercely twitched. What kind of concept was a Tian-tier martial skill? It was much stronger than an earth-tier martial skill. It was incomparably terrifying. It was a martial skill that only kings were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the 3 Dao palms was classified as a low-grade earth-tier martial skill was because very few people in history were able to successfully cultivate the third palm. It was too difficult. Having it was equivalent to not having it, so the 3 Dao palms was classified as a low-grade earth-tier martial skill. Only by cultivating the first palm to the third level could one cultivate the second palm. And to cultivate the third palm, no one knew what conditions one had to meet. It all depended on one's luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it, then took out the 3 Dao palms secret manual and carefully read it again. The difficulty of cultivating the 3 Dao palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, there was no progress in the 3 Dao palms. At this time, it was time for the new student's test. Pearl and Ming Peek found Lu Ming early in the morning and walked with Lu Ming to the martial arts field. The martial arts field was very vast. It was said that it was the place where the emperor reviewed the troops. It was impossible to see the end of it. On one side of the martial arts field, there were more than 10 fighting stages. At this time, there were already hundreds of people gathered around one of the fighting stages. More than 100 of them were new students who had just joined this time. The rest were old students. Some were here to watch the show, and some were here to participate in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. It was Hua Jie, Chen Xiong, and the others. Beside Hua Jie, there were more than 10 young men. They were here as expected. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Let's see how he'll die later. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today after offending the young prince. But it'll end here. The other young men beside Hua Jie sneered. Hua Jie's lips curled into a cold murderous intent. He said, Chen Xiong, later, you just have to be ruthless and blame the Star Hall. I'll take responsibility. Don't worry, young prince. I know what to do. Chen Xiong sneered. After a while, the number of people gradually increased. In the end, there were about 500 people. At this time, a middle-aged elder went up to the fighting stage. The test this time is very simple. I will send out the old students to spar with the new students. The new students need not have any misgivings and can display your strength to your heart's content. If you are able to last 100 moves against the old students, the Star General Hall will give you a generous reward. If you are able to defeat the old students, the 7 great cultivation sacred grounds of the Star General Hall, with the exception of the Earth Yuan Cave, the other 6 sacred grounds will be able to cultivate for a year free of charge. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students lit up. 7 sacred grounds? Lu Ming was a little confused. Obviously, he had never heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds are unique to the Star General Hall. It's very mysterious. After the test, I'll explain it to you in detail. Pearl said softly. Alright, let's begin. The first one is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, a skinny young man went up to the fighting stage. Du Can, go up and test him. The middle-aged elder instructed an old student. Yes. An old student in a red robe went up. Without saying anything, the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a crazy attack. The saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light as he attacked Du Can. However, Du Can had a smile on his face. He was calm and did not fight back. Instead, he kept dodging. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could tell that Du Can's cultivation was definitely above the martial Grand Master realm. On the other hand, Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade martial master. The difference was too big. If Du Can really attacked, half a move would be enough to take Wu Yuan's life. However, Du Can did not attack. Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky on his right. In the sky, on top of a cloud, a few old men were watching the fighting stage with bright eyes. There are indeed experts observing in the dark. It seems like the Star General Hall is not simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the Star General Hall is used by the royal family to nurture their own forces in an attempt to fight against the Shifang sword faction? But it's so obvious. The Shifang sword faction must know about it. Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, the few old men on the cloud were seriously watching the battle on the fighting stage. The saber light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak's 30 sabers. This Wu Yuan should be from Lone Peak City. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is ordinary. Another old man sighed. There's nothing we can do. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 major sections. Let's just watch. Chapter 203. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting stage. Let's end this. Du Can shouted and punched out. Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the battle stage. Continue, the second round, go away. The middle-aged elder announced again. The tests continued one after another. However, the strength of the new students was mixed. Some of them were only in the martial soldier realm and could not last more than 100 moves against the old students. Of course, there were exceptions. There was a person whose cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of the martial Grand Master realm. He directly defeated an old student and attracted a lot of attention. Soon, it was Ming Peak's turn. However, Ming Peak's cultivation was only in the 6th level martial master realm. It was not bad for his age, but it was impossible for him to be a match for the old student. The old student purposely went easy on Ming Peak for more than 50 moves and then defeated him. Next, Tianyun. The middle-aged elder announced. Lu Ming's expression changed and he stepped onto the fighting stage. Chen Xiong, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Chen Xiong, as expected. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he sneered. It's really Chen Xiong. It can't be so coincidental. He must have done something or this elder was bribed. Pearl whispered. Isn't this too hateful? Why don't we ask Brother Tianyun to give up the test? Ming Peak said. No, if he gives up the test, he can't stay in the Star General Hall. Pearl said. Then what should we do? Sister, is that Chen Xiong really that powerful? No matter what, Brother Tianyun is still in the 4th level martial master realm. Ming Peak said anxiously. Pearl sighed and said, of course Chen Xiong is strong. Ordinary 5th level martial masters were killed by him in one move. It is said that no less than 3 5th level martial masters have died in his hands. If he's that powerful, what should we do? Ming Peek was even more anxious. There's no other way. We can only rely on Tianyun's luck. Pearl sighed. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Chen Xiong laughed heartily and stepped onto the battle stage, standing in front of Lu Ming. Below the stage, Hua Jie sneered, "Brat, your name is Tianyun, right? You've given me 3 more days to live. Now accept your fate. Hua Jie, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or do you want to pee in your pants again?" Lu Ming glanced at Hua Jie and shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Hua Jie almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was really too abominable. He was simply poking at Hua Jie's sore spot. Hua Jie's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and roared, "Little bastard, go ahead and scream. This is your last chance. I'll let you have your fill. After all, you're about to die." Hee hee. Lu Ming responded with a sneer. He was too lazy to deal with Hua Jie, this mad dog. Clang! At this moment, Chen Xiong unsheathed his long sword. A bright, blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. "Tianyun, I once used this sword to kill an expert of the 5th level of the martial master realm. It is your honor to be able to die under my sword," Chen Xiong said loudly. His face was full of pride. "You killed a 5th-grade martial master expert with a single sword. You're shameless enough to brag about it. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Lu Ming curled his lips and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd staggered and almost fell. They looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Embarrassing? As a 4th-level martial master, he had killed a 5th-level martial master expert with one sword. In Lu Ming's eyes, this was a broken record and embarrassing. This was a battle that surpassed one's level. Moreover, it was in the martial master realm. To be able to kill an opponent in the martial master realm, one must be a top genius. Bragging, he must be bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Pearl and Ming Peek looked at each other. Bragging, bragging. Since you're about to die, I'll let you brag to your heart's content. Hua Jie laughed loudly. However, Chen Xiong's face was extremely ugly. The battle that he had always been proud of was actually so unbearable in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether or not Chen Xiong was bragging, in his eyes, it was an insult to him. "Tianyun, wait a moment. I hope you can still say it." Chen Xiong's voice was extremely cold. He pointed his long sword and a surging sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. "Kill!" Chen Xiong shouted. His killing intent soared to the heavens. Man and sword became one, turning into a blood-red sword chi and slashing towards Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled, as if it could cut the space in half. Its power was extremely shocking. How was this a test or a spar? This was blatantly trying to kill Lu Ming. Oh no! Pearl and Ming Peek's faces changed dramatically. As for Hua Jie, he sneered and thought, "Boy, it's really too easy for you to die like this." In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's face was calm. Looking at the incoming sword chi, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He did not take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his hand. Chasing thunder. Whoosh! The red spear chi flashed by. Fast, too fast, unbelievably fast. Most people did not even see it clearly. Only a few old men in the clouds were shocked. Bang! In the fighting ring, 2 rays of light collided. However, Chen Xiong's sword chi was like a layer of bubbles that burst upon contact. Then, the spear chi continued to flash and disappeared. The spear quickly disappeared. In the fighting ring, 2 figures stood facing each other. Who won? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Puff! Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from Chen Xiong's throat. Chen Xiong screamed and covered his throat with his hands. His eyes were as wide as a dead fish's as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. I've said it before. It's really embarrassing to talk about your lousy battle record. Lu Ming said indifferently. Qin Xiong's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Then, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the Star General Hall were all dumbfounded as they watched on. One move to kill a top genius, Qin Xiong. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He merely condensed a long spear with his true qi and killed Qin Xiong with a casual move. What kind of strength is this? Isn't he too strong? Qin Xiong did not even have the strength to fight back in front of him. Genius, a peerless genius. Many people shouted in their hearts. So strong, this young man is not simple. In the clouds, an old man said. Could he be a genius from the 5 major sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he is not a disciple of the 5 major sections. Investigate thoroughly. If he is not from the 5 major sects, we must try our best to rope him in. A few old men looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Hua Jie stared at the scene with his mouth agape. After a while, he came to his senses and roared furiously, Tianyun, how dare you kill Qin Xiong? How dare you kill him? You will pay with your life. Pay with my life? Ridiculous, Qin Xiong was the one who said he wanted to kill me. Now that I killed him, he deserved it. Moreover, the elders did not say that killing is forbidden. Chapter 204. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. He was indeed bribed by Hua Jie, but he knew that there were a few big shots watching from the clouds. He didn't dare to go overboard. Hua Jie was stunned. He couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Hua Jie, I'll give you a chance. All of you can come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar. Lu Ming actually wanted all of Hua Jie's people to come at him together. This was too arrogant. One must know that all of Hua Jie's people were geniuses. They were the children of many big shots in the imperial capital. Their combat strength was very strong. Some of them were even stronger than Qin Xiong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? Crazy. Crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Hua Jie was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, all right, this is what you said. Don't go back on your words. At the same time, he was laughing in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he didn't know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission was transmitted to his ears, asking him to agree. It was from an elder above the clouds. They also wanted to take this opportunity to observe Lu Ming. All right, this battle can be carried out. The middle-aged elder announced. Go. Hua Jie hurriedly waved his hand. Over 10 young men beside him rushed up the battle platform. Brat, do you think you can be so arrogant after defeating Qin Xiong? How naive. You actually challenged so many of us at once. You're simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, my surname isn't Wang. These young men stared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming actually challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. This was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, do it quickly. If not, scram. Lu Ming berated. Damn it, you're courting death. Kill him. Over 10 young men let out angry roars and emitted powerful auras. Boom. 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 Blood-red light flashed as the bloodlines of more than a dozen youths burst out at the same time. The terrifying attack was like a never-ending wave that surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was instantly drowned out by the multicolored brilliance. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight with more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, Zhang Xian didn't even need to use a weapon. Instead, a spear materialized in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear swept out in a very direct and violent manner. A full moon appeared on the battle platform. Bang! Bang! A loud explosion could be heard as the attacks launched by the young men were shattered instantly. A terrifying spear glow swept across the surroundings. Ah! Ah! More than a dozen screams rang out as more than a dozen figures were sent flying off the stage, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. One move, just one move, and all the young geniuses brought by Hua Jia were defeated. It was so easy as if he was swatting a dozen flies. What a waste of time. Lu Ming curled his lips and said. Everyone was speechless and roared in their hearts. What do you mean by a waste of time? You're too abnormal. Even if you want to defeat someone, you shouldn't do it like that. Hua Jia's body trembled. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Strong, too strong. Brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Peak kept muttering, his face full of excitement. By the side, Ming Zhu's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. Lu Ming's strength was completely beyond her expectations. Phew! Phew! Above the clouds, several old men let out a long sigh, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. How is it? Can you tell where they came from? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move, and most of them were defeated with absolute strength. Very little information was exposed. What's more, he probably used his own personal martial arts technique. There's no trace of the 5 biggest sections. Another old man said. This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius from the 5 great sects or not? Pay attention. We must pay attention to him. If he's from the 5 biggest sects, he just wants to cultivate in the sacred ground and won't stay for long. If he's not, we must rope him in. The old men discussed quickly. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged man. Yes. It's over. The middle-aged man stammered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped down from the fighting ring. Hua Jia glared at Lu Ming with resentment. He left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Hua Jia came with a high profile and left with a face full of dust. He would become a laughingstock once again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as the older generation did not appear, he did not care about a foppish young master like Hua Jia. Then, the test continued. However, no one who stood out appeared. Soon, all the tests were over. The middle-aged man marked each new student's identity jade token. Ha, I can finally cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds. Ming Peak laughed. Ming Peak, are the 7 sacred grounds really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Brother Tianyun, do you know why the 5 biggest sects disciples sneaked in? They want to cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General. Ming Peak said with glowing eyes. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General are the most important places for the imperial family. It is said that the omnidirectional sword sect covets it, but the imperial family has a tight grip on it. It can be said that the 7 sacred grounds are the foundation of the imperial family and they will not give it to others. Pearl explained. Yes, Brother Tianyun, you defeated the older students this time. Apart from the Earth Essence Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 sacred grounds and cultivate for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Peak exclaimed. I wonder what the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries are. Lu Ming asked. Let me tell you. Ming Feng immediately rushed to say, the 7 great cultivation holy grounds are respectively the Earth Essence Cave, Gengjin Valley, Divine Wind Valley, Unending Tower, 10,000 Kill Secret Realm, Fog Swamp, and Lightning Light Hall. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave contains rich fire spiritual chi that can condense true chi. In the Earth Essence Cave, whether it is to raise one's cultivation or to cultivate fire attribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gungjin Valley contains rich Gungjin Chi and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute martial skills and martial skills. The Divine Wind Valley is filled with gales and hurricanes and is the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills. Chapter 205. It's so magical. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very interested. Mystic Essence Sword Sect did not have many places like this. Lu Ming only knew of the Phoenix Perch Cave in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. The royal family that ruled the Blazing Sun Empire had a strong foundation. Brother Tianyun, which one do you want to go to first? Ming Peek asked. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, the Earth Essence Cave. Sure, I want to go too. Let's go together. Ming Peek was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. The two of you can go to the Earth Essence Cave. I'm going to the Fog Swamp to cultivate a martial technique. I won't be going with you. Pearl smiled. Sister, hurry up and go. Ming Peek urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the Star General Hall. Don't cause trouble. Pearl glared at Ming Peek and left. Brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Essence Cave together. Ming Peek shouted excitedly. They could find the way to the Earth Essence Cave just by asking any senior student. The two of them passed through many halls and arrived at a mountain peak. There was a huge stone wall at the foot of the mountain. There was a stone door on the wall and two middle-aged men were guarding the door. The two middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but their bodies were emitting waves of ocean-like aura, unfathomable. What a strong cultivation. They're definitely martial ancestor realm experts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the royal family had declined. However, it seemed that their strength was not to be underestimated. A martial ancestor realm expert in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would be a silver-robed elder. Senior, we're going to the Earth Essence Cave to cultivate. Ming Peek walked to one of the men and bowed respectfully. Identity Jade Token. Let me take a look. The man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Ming Peek took out their Identity Jade cards and handed them over to the big man. The big man took a look at it and nodded. You can go in. First, exchange for the inscription stones. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Essence Cave. Alright, thank you, senior. Ming Peek nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out spirit crystals. On the way here, Ming Peek had already explained the situation of the Dun Cave to Lu Ming in detail. From top to bottom, the imperial family had dug out 13 layers of the earthen cave. On every floor, there were cultivation chambers that were filled with fire-attributed spiritual energy. Regardless of whether it was to raise one's cultivation, refine one's shinchi, or cultivate fire-attributed martial techniques, they were all extremely useful. The further down he went, the denser the spiritual chi was, and the better the effects. However, it was impossible for them to let people cultivate there for free. Inscriptions were carved into every secret room. Only the imperial family's inscription stones could open the secret rooms and allow people to cultivate there. The inscription stone cost 30 spiritual crystals. Of course, the further down he went, the more inscription stones he would need. How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked Ming Peek. One piece is enough. Ming Peek said. On the first floor of the Earth Essence Cave, one inscription stone was enough to open a secret training room and cultivate there for a month. Ming Peek took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Ming Peek a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked. Let's exchange for 100 first. Lu Ming said casually. Ah. What? 100? The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Peek also widened his eyes. 100 inscription stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. Lu Ming was so young. How could he have so many spiritual crystals? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed and a jade box appeared. Rows of spiritual crystals were neatly stacked in it. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them and then took out 100 inscription stones and handed them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Peek walked in. As soon as they entered, they could feel the rich spiritual qi of the fire attribute. After walking for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were neat and tidy. It was obvious that it was man-made. There were secret training rooms around the cave. The doors of the secret rooms were closed. Some of the doors were shining faintly, which meant that someone was cultivating inside. Those that were not shining on the doors meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a cave entrance. As they walked in, they saw a spiral staircase below the cave entrance. This was the first floor. If they went further down, they would reach the second floor. Brother Tianyun, which floor are you going to cultivate on? I'll cultivate here. Ming Feng said, his voice faintly revealing a look of envy. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is not very rich. Let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down. But my inscription stones. Don't I have them here? I haven't thanked you for telling me so much. Let's go down together. I'll treat you. Lu Ming smiled. Treat me? Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peek was overjoyed and did not stand on ceremony at all. Ming Feng's youthful temperament was genuine and he did not beat around the bush. He took the lead and went to the second floor. The space of the second floor was not smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first floor. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the blazing spiritual qi of heaven and earth wrapping around his body as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Essence Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation. This is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably improve 10 times faster than outside. Moreover, it will definitely be very useful to cultivate fire-based martial arts. Even the comprehension of fire force will be very useful. I made the right choice to come today. Moreover, this is only the second floor, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth essence is so rich. It is said that there are 13 floors in the Earth Essence Cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go all the way down. Lu Ming thought to himself. Brother Tianyun, in this floor, you will need 3 inscription stones to cultivate in a secret room for a month. Ming Peek said. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and went to the 3rd floor. Ming Peek hurried to follow. On the 3rd floor, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was even richer. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes moved because he saw 5 or 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor. Although the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich in the open space outside, it could not be compared to the secret room. What were these people doing sitting outside? Ming Peek seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. He whispered to Lu Ming, I heard from my sister that in the Earth Essence Cave, some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones, so they specialize in robbing other people's secret rooms. When someone opens a secret room, they will rob it. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 206. Then, he scanned the room. There were more than 20 secret rooms around him. More than 10 of them were lit up. It was obvious that someone was cultivating in them. 6 of them were dimmed. Lu Ming looked around and walked towards a secret room. The 6 young men sitting in the middle saw Lu Ming walking towards a secret room and their eyes lit up. I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that he just arrived? I've waited for a few days. Finally, someone is here to open the secret room. I'm going to snatch it. The 6 young men all thought in their hearts. Big brother Tianyun. Ming Peek was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, those who dared to snatch someone else's secret room were definitely ruthless people. Lu Ming didn't care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 inscription stones into the pit. The stone door instantly shone. Then, there was a creaking sound and the stone door opened. This secret room is mine. In your dreams. I'm the first one here. I've been here for 7 days. This secret room is mine. You're the first one here. In your dreams. The secret room belongs to the strong. Get out of here immediately. When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men all stood up and shouted. They all wanted to take the secret room for themselves. As for Lu Ming's thoughts, they directly ignored them. Who would care about someone who looked like he had just arrived? Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out. The 6 of them actually drew their weapons and confronted each other. You want to fight with me? You're courting death. Boom! At this moment, the aura of one of the pockmarked young men burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th level martial master realm. The other 5 young men's faces instantly changed. Pockmarked Lu, you actually broke through to the 4th level martial master realm? When did this happen? One of the young men shouted in shock. You didn't expect it, did you? I've already broken through. Let's see how you're going to compete with me. Now get the hell out of here. I need this chamber to consolidate my cultivation base. Lu Matzi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura surged violently in the cave. The other 5 had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Martial Grand Master realm. They were not a match for the 4th layer of the Martial Grand Master realm. Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. Looks like I've waited for nothing. A tall young man shouted in a low voice, extremely displeased. He helplessly retreated and stood to the side. The others fell silent for a moment before retreating one after another. Pockmarked Lu laughed loudly, looking majestic and proud. Then, he turned to Lu Ming and said, Boy, I want your secret room. Also, if you have any inscription stones, hand them all over and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you. 4th layer Martial Grandmaster. When Pockmarked Lu revealed his cultivation base, Ming Peek didn't feel nervous anymore. He muttered and looked at Pockmarked Lu with a strange expression. Lu Ming had easily defeated a group of geniuses in the 3rd or 4th layer of the Martial Grand Master realm with one move. Pockmarked Lu was nothing to him. Ming Peek had already started to mourn for Pockmarked Lu in his heart. How pitiful. Looking at Pockmarked Lu's arrogant expression, Ming Peek muttered in his heart. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Pockmarked Lu and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nonsense, what's there to think about? Stop talking nonsense and wasting my time. Pockmarked Lu shouted. Since that's the case, fine. Hand over your storage ring and scram. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ah. What? What did you say? Pockmarked Lu was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself, Lu Ming said. Kid, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Pockmarked Lu burst out laughing. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! Following that, the others heard a loud explosion. Then, they saw a figure flying backward and landing heavily on the ground, screaming in agony. It was pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were stunned. Pockmarked Lu was defeated. Most importantly, he was defeated too quickly. They didn't even see how he was defeated. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of pockmarked Lu. He stepped on pockmarked Lu's face, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Pockmarked Lu screamed in agony. The other 5 young men felt a chill down their spines and a toothache. An expert, so this is a peerless expert. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now. It's all pockmarked Lu's fault. If it weren't for him, I would be the one suffering. I have to thank pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were secretly relieved. Their palms were sweating. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at pockmarked Lu and said indifferently. Yes, I'll hand it over. Pockmarked Lu screamed and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming with trembling hands. He wanted to die. He thought that he had gotten a good deal, but in the end, he suffered a double loss. I'll never fight for the secret room again. You're such a scammer. Pockmarked Lu screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his foot away. Get lost. Yes, yes. Lu Matzi scrambled to his feet, trying to get up and leave. Click. At that moment, the door of a secret room opened. Whoosh. With a flash, a silhouette emerged from within. It was a man in his 20s. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression. As soon as he came out, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Bai Long, it's Bai Long. The other young men's faces changed when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has an inscription stone? Hand it over quickly. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through a martial skill. Bai Long yelled. His eyes were like lightning, and he did not hide his powerful aura. 5th layer martial master. This young man is actually a 5th layer martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. Ha, the secret room that just opened is perfect for me. After saying this, he strode toward the secret room. Lu Ming moved slightly and blocked in front of Bai Long. This secret room is mine. Bai Long was startled. He looked at Lu Ming and said with a cold smile, yours? Give it to me now. Although he said, give, his tone was overbearing and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't give it to you. Lu Ming said calmly. Won't give it to you? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again. I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill fails to break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret room, open it yourself. Don't talk nonsense here. It's none of my business if you need a martial skill. Get lost, I still need to cultivate. Chapter 207. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Haha, although this kid has some strength, he's really a hothead. He dares to talk to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Matzi was about to leave, but he stopped at this moment. Seeing Lu Ming talking to Bai Long like that, he laughed in his heart, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. It would be a lie to say that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he had done to him. However, he was not as strong as Lu Ming, so he could only swallow his pride. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had provoked Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a lesson. The others were similar, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of anger. A cold killing intent erupted from his body as he looked at Lu Ming ferociously. Kid, in this outer hall, no one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. You're the first. It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time, and some ants are about to overturn the sky. Today, I'll teach you an unforgettable lesson. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom! Bai Long punched out, and a terrifying whistling sound immediately rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force rolled out, and even a mountain would be shattered. Bai Long's lips curled into a ferocious smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with this punch. In the world of martial artists, strength spoke louder than words. It was normal to draw a sword and kill if there was a disagreement. I didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are courting death. Lu Ming whispered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear condensed. Whoosh! The tip of the spear pierced through everything. Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Ah! Bai Long screamed and retreated rapidly. Lu Matzi and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked at Bai Long and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a hole in Bai Long's fist. White bones could be seen and blood flowed out. The hole went straight through his arm, as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long was trembling all over. His face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He let out a low growl. With this little ability of yours, you're still acting like you're about to explode. I'm really speechless. Now, get out of here. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Brat, you win, but today's matter isn't over. Just you wait. Bai Long roared angrily and then fled in a sorry state. Why are you still here? Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Matzi and the others with a half-smile. Lu Matzi and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He crippled Bai Long's arm in one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Let's go. I'll leave right away. Lu Matzi shouted and quickly walked up the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Matzi stopped. Lu Matzi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson yet? Do you want to stay and be tortured? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up. Lu Matzi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Although that brat is strong, he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his elder brother, Bai Qi. Once Bai Qi comes, that brat will be dead. Of course, I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as these words came out, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 outer hall experts. With him here, that brat is doomed. I'll stay and watch the show too. The young men spoke one after another. Then, they sat down cross-legged on the second floor and waited for Bai Qi's arrival. The third floor. Brother Tianyun, you're so powerful. When can I be as powerful as you? No, I'll be happy if I can be half as powerful as you. Ming Peek looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now, Lu Ming was his idol. As long as you work hard, you'll soon catch up with me. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret chamber. He sensed it carefully and then shook his head. Although the fire attribute's spiritual qi in the secret chamber was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Peek, this secret chamber is for you to cultivate. Lu Ming said. For me? Brother Tianyun, what about you? Ming Peek asked. I want to continue down. This place isn't very useful for me. Lu Ming said. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peek's eyes lit up with excitement and walked into the secret chamber. Brother Tianyun, I'll close the door and cultivate. Ming Peek shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret chamber closed. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to head down. Soon, he arrived at the fourth floor. 27 inscription stones were required to open a secret chamber on the 4th floor. In the middle of the 4th floor, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged. When Lu Ming came down, the 2 of them looked at Lu Ming maliciously. Obviously, they wanted to snatch the secret chamber for themselves. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then, he continued to walk down to the 5th floor. The 2 young men's faces changed as they watched Lu Ming walk down to the 5th floor. Their eyes flickered, but they did not follow him in the end. Those who could cultivate on the 5th floor were not weak. Many of them were even disciples of the Star General Hall, experts above the 7th level of the Martial Master realm. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he approached the 5th floor, the power of inscription acted on his body, preventing him from continuing. Lu Ming's body shook and the power was defeated. It seems that without a certain cultivation, you can't cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled. When he stepped foot on the 5th level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching and violent fire attribute spirit energy surging from all around him, causing his skin to feel a little numb and itchy. No wonder there was an inscription. The fire attribute spiritual chi here is too hot and violent. If an ordinary person is hit by this spiritual chi, they will die. If a weaker martial artist cultivates here for a long time, their meridians will be burned. However, this spiritual chi is suitable for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the 5th floor. About half of them were occupied. There was not a single person in the open space. Here, no one had snatched the secret chamber. Lu Ming walked to a secret chamber and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right. On the 5th floor, one needed 81 inscription stones to open a secret chamber and cultivate for a month. He inlaid the inscription stones on the stone door. The light opened and Lu Ming walked in. After walking in, he closed the stone door. When the stone door closed, the walls of the secret chamber flowed with inscriptions. The inscriptions glowed and the fire attribute spiritual chi in the secret chamber became denser. The inscription array in the secret chamber helped to absorb and gather the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. The fire attribute spiritual chi here seems to come from the depths of the ground. Chapter 208. There were a total of 13 levels in the earth element cave. The further down one went, the denser the fire element spiritual chi. It was said that the further down one went, the fire element spiritual chi was not the only thing. There were other things of a deeper level. The 13 levels were not natural. The Burning Sun imperial family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only excavate the 13th level. It was impossible for him to continue down. It was said that the last 2 levels were excavated by a peerless martial king of the Burning Sun imperial family in ancient times. Others could not even go down. Lu Ming heard all this from Ming Peak. What was below the 13th level? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate using the true dragon fighting technique. The fire element's spiritual chi around him was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The scorching fire element's spiritual chi was constantly converted into genuine chi. The scorching aura could also refine genuine chi and make it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the speed of cultivation here was more than 20 times faster than outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days outside. Although the cost was huge, 80 inscription stones were equivalent to more than 2,400 spiritual crystals, the effect was worth it. Especially for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. They would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks here. Lu Ming's bloodline was now at level 6. However, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi was as fast as a level 9 bloodline. It was terrifyingly fast. The spirit-devouring bloodline was activated. Lu Ming's body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming circulated his true chi. The true qi in his meridians transformed into many small dragons that seemed to be material, swimming in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian spun continuously like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming was immersed in his cultivation. A few hours later, at the second level of the earth element cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mozi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others looked at the entrance. Two figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this time, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick bandage. Beside Bai Long, there was a young man with a cold expression who looked 50 to 60% similar to Bai Long. Bai Qi really came. Lu Mozi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Qi was one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. However, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It was easy for him to kill 7th-layer martial grandmasters. Many inner hall students were not his match. He was a peerless genius. They couldn't compare to him at all. Bai Qi glanced at Lu Mozi and the others indifferently before heading to the 3rd floor. Let's go and take a look. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mozi followed him down to the 3rd level, followed by the others. When Bai Qi and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where is that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mozi and the others. We don't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mozi's face changed greatly. It seems that he has already entered the secret room to cultivate. Second brother, do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Qi said. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden murderous intent, causing Lu Mozi and the others to shiver involuntarily. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened previously, which was also the room that Ming Peak was cultivating in. Alright, does that kid think that hiding in the secret room is useful? Even if he is hiding in there, I will still blast him out. Bai Qi sneered. Boom. Then, he attacked and slammed his palm on the stone door of the secret room. A violent tremor sounded. In the secret room, Ming Peak was cultivating. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom sounded. His body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Who is attacking the stone door? Damn it! Ming Peak roared. Boom! Outside, Bai Qi slammed his palm again, causing the stone door to tremble. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. Bai Qi was really audacious. There was a rule in the Star General Hall that no one could attack the door of the secret room because it would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now, Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being strong. In the secret room, Ming Peak gritted his teeth. But the sound of the bombardment continued as if it was endless. An hour later, Ming Peak could no longer endure it. I want to see who it is. I will report him to the elders. Ming Peak roared, opened the stone door, and walked out. Bai Long, it's you again. As soon as the stone door was opened, Ming Peak saw Bai Long, finally out. Why is it you? Where is that kid? Which secret room is he in? Bai Long stared at Ming Peak and said coldly. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door and violated the rules of the Star General Hall. I will report you, Ming Peak shouted. But before he could finish his words, he felt a strong gust of wind attack him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination. There was no way he could dodge it. Slap! Ming Peak's face was heavily slapped. Ming Peak's body flew out. So much nonsense. Speak, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi retracted his palm and asked coldly. I don't know. Ming Peak struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. With a flash, he appeared beside Ming Peak and stepped on Ming Peak's face, causing Ming Peak's face to collide with the stone floor. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Roar. Ming Peak let out a beast-like roar and struggled angrily. He shouted, I said I don't know, and I mean I don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge. Big brother, it seems that he is not lying. I have seen the secret rooms here before, and there are no more than one. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. Went down. Bai Qi furrowed his brows. If it went down, it would be troublesome because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming went into. Without knowing which secret room it was, he did not dare to attack recklessly. Especially from the 4th floor onwards, everyone was an expert. If he attacked the wrong room and provoked other experts, things would be troublesome. Bang! Bai Qi kicked Ming Peak away and said disdainfully, a martial master, like an ant, wants to take revenge on me? Fine, I will wait for you. After saying that, Bai Qi looked at Lu Matzi and the others and said, you guys, guard here. When you see that kid come out, immediately report to me. This, Lu Matzi and the others hesitated. What? Do you want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Matzi and the others with an unfriendly expression and said coldly. No, we will definitely guard here. When that kid comes out, we will report to you immediately. Lu Matzi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 209. Puff. After Bai Qi left, Ming Peak spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Hee. Ming Peak clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much force, his nails pierced into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Bai Qi, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge for this. Ming Peak's eyes were red. With a roar, he staggered upwards and left the Earth Yuan cave. Lu Matzi and the rest waited there. 3 days later, in Ming Peak's dormitory, Pearl and Ming Peak sat opposite each other. Bang! Pearl slammed the table heavily and said with a gloomy face, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I'll definitely take revenge for this. Ming Peak gritted his teeth and said. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but there were a few broken bones in his body. It was not something that could be healed in a few days. Little brother, do you really want Big Brother to take action? Pearl asked. That's right. Only Big Brother can take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. Big Brother is focused on cultivation and keeps a low profile, so he's not listed in the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. However, you and I both know his combat strength. It should be enough to deal with Bai Qi, but Big Brother is in seclusion now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Pearl pondered for a while and said. It's okay, I'll wait. When Big Brother comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. That's good. Pearl nodded. Lu Ming knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, apart from cultivating the true dragon fighting art, he comprehended the power of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in this 1 month. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating outside for more than a year. In close to 2 years, Lu Ming had properly condensed his true qi. Not only had he eliminated all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid advancement, his cultivation had also steadily advanced, step by step reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the martial master realm. There was no other way. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation, and Lu Ming's main goal was to lay down his foundation. Therefore, his progress was very slow. However, Xiao Chen's true qi was full and smooth. He had already reached the limits of the 4th grade martial grand master. He was only a step away from the 5th grade martial grand master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His power of fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from reaching great accomplishment, it had been steadily advancing. He had taken a large step forward from the foundation of small accomplishment. If I have time in the future, I should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. I'm sure that the levels below will be even more effective. Lu Ming pondered. Then, the stone door opened. It was time. Lu Ming walked out. Then, he went up. When he reached the third level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Matzi and the others were still there. It's that kid. He came out. When Lu Matzi and the others saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up. He really doesn't change. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he looked at Ming Peek's secret room. The stone door was dim. Obviously, no one was cultivating inside. Ming Peek should have arrived at the secret room a few minutes earlier than me. Logically speaking, if he came out, he should have waited for me. Why don't I see him now? Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming thought in his heart. That's not right. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed because he saw some faint palm prints on the secret room's stone door. Although the palm prints were very dim, how could they escape Lu Ming's eyes? Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Could it be that something happened to Ming Peek? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Matzi and the others. Stop right there. At this time, Lu Matzi and the others were trying to escape. Lu Ming roared. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they had to stop. Let me ask you, where is the person in this secret room? Is it the young man who came with me? Lu Ming asked coldly. This we don't know. Lu Matzi's eyes flickered and he stammered. There must be something wrong. The expressions of Lu Matzi and the others made Lu Ming even more certain. Tell me, what happened? If you don't tell me, you can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and his killing intent burst out. Lu Matzi and the others felt cold all over and were scared to death. Finally, they told him everything. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The violent genuine qi was raging in the cave. Bai Long, Bai Qi, damn you! Lu Ming whispered in an extremely cold voice. Speaking of which, Ming Peek was still implicated by him. He must get revenge for Ming Peek. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because Bai Qi forced us. Lu Matzi said in a trembling voice. Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah. Lu Matzi and the others were stunned and then they were shocked. It turned out that Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Well, this guy is really arrogant. Take him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. Let me vent my anger. Lu Matzi thought in his heart and then quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Lu Matzi and the others led Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. Just 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man carrying a saber on his back walked into Ming Peek's residence. Ha ha ha, little brother, you finally joined the Star General Hall. I have been busy with my cultivation and didn't come to see you. Don't blame me. The moment the young man walked into Ming Peek's room, he laughed loudly. Beside the young man was Pearl. Big brother, you are out? When Ming Peek saw the young man, he exclaimed in joy. Yes, I'm out. It's been a long time. Let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Peek. After taking a look, his face changed slightly and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Ming Peek had many of his bones broken a month ago. Even if his cultivation wasn't weak, he still couldn't recover to his peak in a month. Naturally, the young man saw through it at a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. At that moment, Ming Peek cried out. What happened? The young man frowned. It's like this. At that moment, Ming Peek told him what happened. Bai Qi, what a Bai Qi, you are merely ranked 10th in the Outer Hall's top 10 experts. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that I, Myongcheng, have been cultivating hard all this time. It's time for me to move my muscles and bones and let others know how powerful I am. Myungchang's face darkened as he said coldly. Let's go. Take me to Bai Chi's residence. I will get back at you. Myungchang waved his hand. Big brother, I know where Bai Chi lives. Pearl said. Then, the three Ming siblings went to Bai Chi's residence together. As one of the outer hall's top 10 experts, Bai Chi lived in a completely different place from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the other students' pavilions. Soon, Myungchang, Ming Peak, and Pearl arrived at Bai Chi's courtyard. Bai Chi, get out here. Chapter 210. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area. The entire dormitory area was shaken all of a sudden. What? Someone asked Bai Chi to come out. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Could he be one of the top 10 outer hall experts? Bai Chi ranks 10th among the top 10 outer hall experts. Only the other top 10 experts dare to call him that. There's a show to watch. Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, figures flashed out from the pavilion of the dormitory and headed towards Bai Chi's courtyard. Soon, there was a circle of figures outside Bai Chi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Do you want to die? A loud roar came from Bai Chi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one in the lead was Bai Chi, and Bai Long was also by his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered and was still wrapped in a thick bandage. At this time, Bai Long glanced around. It was obvious that he was the one who roared just now. Then, his eyes fell on Ming Peak. Little bastard, it's you. What's wrong? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? You want to die now? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Long grinned hideously. Whoosh! Slap him. Suddenly, Myungchang moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Long and slapped him. He was so fast that even Bai Chi could not save him in time. Slap! Bai Long was sent flying by the slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Isn't that Myungchang, the martial arts maniac? How dare he slap Bai Long in front of Bai Chi? Yes, Myungchang, the martial arts maniac, used to cultivate into a demon. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Chi is going crazy. I wonder if Myungchang can handle him. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Myungchang, right? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Bai Chi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked coldly at Myungchang. You hurt my brother, why didn't you think of the consequences? Now I gave him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what means you, one of the top 10 masters, have. Myungchang stared at Bai Chi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. Bai Chi's pupils slightly shrunk. Soon after, he coldly smiled and said, so you have the cultivation of the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. However, today I will tell you that although we are both at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm, the difference in battle strength is like heaven and earth. You will regret your actions today. Boom! A powerful aura also erupted from Bai Chi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gale. Ha, then let's fight. Myungchang laughed wildly. His battle saber was unsheathed, carrying a terrifying saber light. The saber light turned black and soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. 8 desolate battle saber. Myungchang roared and slashed out. The terrifying saber light violently slashed towards Bai Chi. As soon as the saber was slashed out, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire place. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure. So strong, too strong. Someone roared. Bai Chi's pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted, "White snake dragon palm." As the palm blasted out, the space shook. A huge white snake condensed, hissing towards the sky and rushing towards Myungchang's saber light. An earth-shattering vibration sounded. Bai Chi's body shook and he was shaken back. As for Myungchang, he did not move at all. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Myungchang, this martial madman, is actually so strong. Bai Chi was beaten back in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Myungchang before. Some people just don't like fame, they are not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. That's right. Of course, there were also people who disagreed. Bai Chi was just careless just now. He may not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. Everyone was discussing, but Bai Chi's face was extremely gloomy. Bai Chi, it turns out that your strength is only like this. It's really disappointing. From now on, your title of top 10 experts of the Outer Palace will be mine. Myungchang laughed. The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You are not qualified to defeat me. White snake dragon palm, dragon transformation. Bai Chi roared. His genuine chi surged and his hands were filled with dense white light. He blasted out a palm and a huge white snake appeared. As soon as it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a huge white dragon, pouncing towards Myungchang. Dragon, it really turned into a dragon. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw this scene. Bai Chi's combat strength was really amazing. With such combat strength, not to mention a martial artist at the peak of LV6 martial master, even a LV7 martial master would not be able to withstand it. Insignificant skill. I will defeat you in 30 moves. Myungchang sneered and slowly raised his saber with both hands. At this moment, a huge saber was formed. The huge saber was dark like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It slowly slashed towards Bai Chi. The huge saber and the white dragon collided. The white dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite the huge saber. However, the huge saber shook violently and the terrifying saber light was shocking. Boom! In the end, the huge white dragon was defeated and turned into energy and dissipated. However, the huge saber did not stop. White snake dragon palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Chi roared and clapped with both hands. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 10 gigantic white dragons appeared and roared as they charged towards Ming City. 8 Wasteland Saber, fight! 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 Myungchang's battle intent was shocking. He slashed his saber wildly, displaying the domineering and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Matzi, and the others just arrived. Someone is fighting Bai Chi. Who is it? How can he be so powerful? Pockmark Lu sucked in a cold breath. That's Myungchang, the martial madman Myungchang. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's amazing. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Another young man said. Myungchang? His surname is Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He glanced around and saw Pearl and Ming peek. I wonder what's the relationship between Myungchang and Pearl and Ming peek. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he walked forward and the true chi in his body surged out. The people in front of him unconsciously moved aside. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom! 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 The rumbling continued. Myungchang and Bai Chi fought for more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. However, Myungchang became more and more powerful and Bai Chi gradually lost. Ah! Bai Chi roared, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Myungchang. 8 Wasteland Saber, break heaven and earth. Myungchang made the last slash. This slash condensed all of Myungchang's battle intent. This slash seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Bai Qi roared furiously and retreated at top speed. Everyone could see that a wound had appeared on Bai Qi's body, and it was dripping with blood. Bai Qi's face was pale. Chapter 211. Myungcheng, a martial arts madman who usually kept a low profile and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such a strong strength. He said that he would defeat Bai Qi within 30 moves, and then he defeated Bai Qi within 30 moves. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Bai Qi, is this all you've got? It's really disappointing. From now on, you are out of the top 10 experts, and your ranking will be inherited by me. Myungcheng said loudly. Bai Qi clenched his teeth and his face was livid, but he couldn't refute. He was originally ranked 10th among the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he should naturally withdraw from the top 10 experts and be replaced by Myungcheng. Also, you are not qualified to live in this courtyard. You have 3 days to move out. Myungcheng laughed. What? Don't go too far. Bai Qi roared. Go too far. Why didn't you think so when you beat my brother? It's nothing more than thinking that you can bully others at will because you are strong. Now, my strength is stronger than yours. So what if I bully you? Myungcheng was very strong and sneered. You, Bai Qi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Ha, second sister, little brother, let's go. Myungcheng laughed and turned to walk out. Humph, why aren't you arrogant now? Trash. Ming Peak curled his lips and looked at Bai Qi and Bai Long contemptuously. Bai Qi and Bai Long were so angry that their mouths were crooked and their eyes almost popped out. Myungcheng and his siblings passed through the crowd. The people around saw that Bai Qi was so embarrassed and gloated. Bai Qi and his brother usually offended a lot of people. What are you looking at? If you look again, be careful that your eyes will be gouged out. Bai Long roared and swept his gaze across the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Just now, in front of Myungcheng, why wasn't he arrogant? Now that Myungcheng was gone, he started to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes widened and revealed a ferocious expression. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard, it's all your fault. Big brother, it's this bastard who injured me that day." Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were horrified. They hurriedly took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed. This is the kid. Bai Qi looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Yes, at this moment, his murderous intent towards Lu Ming was incomparably strong. He believed that the reason he ended up like this, being defeated and humiliated by Myungcheng in public, was all thanks to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't injured Bai Long, he wouldn't have gone to the Earth Element Cave to find trouble with Lu Ming, injured Ming Peak, and attracted Myungcheng here. At this moment, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His murderous intent towards Lu Ming was even stronger than towards Myungcheng. Damn it, this kid deserves to die. Bai Qi roared. Senior Bai, we've brought the kid you wanted. At this moment, Lu Matzi squeezed out of the crowd and said to Bai Qi, "Little bastard, come here, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times in public to apologize to me. Hurry up." Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a powerhouse that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a sneer. How could he not see through Bai Qi's intentions? He was treating him as a pushover. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming casually took a step forward, looked at Bai Long, and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you get taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be taught a lesson again?" Bai Long's face showed a hint of malevolence, and he said, "Kid, today I'm going to take back 10 times what you did to me." Take back 10 times? Just by you, or just by your big brother who was easily defeated just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and glanced at Bai Qi in an instant. Bai Qi's face changed and became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled violently, and his eyes revealed an extremely cold murderous intent. He regarded the incident just now as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now. This was a scar that was reopened in public. Faint gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to say that about Bai Qi in public. It's over. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was finished. Bai Qi would never let him go. Sure enough, Bai Qi's face was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, "Little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I'm not Bai Qi, change it to idiot." It's very smooth, isn't it? It's also very compatible with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, you're courting death. Bai Qi couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. As soon as he made his move, Bai Qi used his ultimate move. A giant white dragon roared and pounced on Lu Ming. A fierce aura surged out and filled the audience. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi was defeated by Myeongchang, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. His strength didn't weaken and was still terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the reason why Bai Qi was easily defeated by Myeongchang wasn't that Bai Qi was weak, but that Myeongchang was too strong. That kid won't be smashed into a meat patty, right? Many people had such a thought in their minds. Insignificant skill. A faint voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's hand glowed and condensed a long spear. He swept it out. Bang! The long spear swept across the giant white dragon and smashed it into pieces. Bai Qi groaned and his expression changed. He retreated rapidly and took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The crowd was stunned and their eyes widened as they watched this scene. Bai Qi retreated. He was actually pushed back by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. What dragon palm? I think it's more like insect palm. Lu Ming said lightly. You. Take this. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Qi struck out with both palms and used his strongest move in the fierce battle with Myeongchang. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming roared and moved his hand. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear and the demon-suppressing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. They were so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. Then, 10 roars sounded in the sky. The 10 giant white dragons that Bai Qi blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming used the second move. Whoosh! The black demon-suppressing spear pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qi, so fast, too fast. Chapter 212. Butt Puff. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through, and the palm power completely collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically, and he frantically retreated. Shwa! Shwa! Outside the crowd, Myeongchang, Pearl, and Ming Peek had returned, and were rapidly rushing over. Evidently, they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big Brother Tianyun is too strong, he actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Peek cried out in surprise. Pearl also looked on in surprise. And Myeongchang's eyes were filled with shock. The third move. Lu Ming's faint voice came from his mouth again. Xiao. The third spear pierced out. On the tip of this spear, there was a faint azure light, and a nimble, elegant, and extremely sharp aura spread out. The space seemed to have been pierced, and an azure mark appeared. There was only a mark, but no spear. It was too fast. Puchi. Bai Qi did not even have time to react before Lu Ming's spear pierced through his shoulder, and directly pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. They were completely unable to react. Ah! Ah! Only when Bai Qi let out a shrill scream did everyone come to their senses. CSI, immediately, there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Lu Ming had pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong, he was really too strong. Everyone roared in their hearts. Even an idiot could see that Bai Qi did not have the power to fight back in the hands of Lu Ming. Where did this young man come from? His strength was too terrifying. Today, there was a Myungchang who defeated Bai Qi within 30 moves. This made everyone realize that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then, Lu Ming made his move, which was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. This made everyone even more certain that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force, what he used just now was the force of wind. Suddenly, someone shouted. In the outer hall, there was no lack of experts. Naturally, there were people who recognized the power of wind that Lu Ming displayed. Lu Ming had indeed used the power of wind just now. Using the power of the wind, Lu Ming's spear speed was extremely fast. What? It was actually the power of the wind? How old is he? Furthermore, he is only a martial grand master, yet he has already comprehended force. How terrifying! Genius, a peerless genius. Even in the 5 great sects, he is a rare peerless genius. There was an intense discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only comprehended the power of wind recently. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended the power of fire, and that he had already reached the small success stage, how shocked would they be? Force, big brother Tianyun has already comprehended force. In the crowd, Ming Peek's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, he is the Tianyun that you were talking about. He is indeed a peerless genius. Ha, I must spar with him in the future. Myungchang grinned and said, his eyes flickering with excitement. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible, impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept muttering, as if he could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many genius experts. What can trash like you brothers count for? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really did not put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of genius, if placed in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, would be similar to the top 10 on the bronze list. With his current combat strength, facing a genius of this level, there was no difficulty in fighting across a few levels. Ah! Bai Qi roared and struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with humiliation. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is, I like to return what others want to do to me. Just now, you seem to have threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee hee. Lu Ming laughed. His voice was not loud, but it made people feel a chill. They could not help but tremble all over. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with horror. He shouted, no, don't, Buzz. Lu Ming's palm shook and the long spear suddenly trembled. A powerful force gushed out of the long spear and rushed into Bai Qi's body. Crack crack, Bai Qi's body made a sound like beans being fried. Bai Qi let out a shrill scream. All the bones in his body were instantly shattered by Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked. Then, a bone-piercing chill spread out from their backs. Ruthless, too ruthless. Lu Ming actually broke Bai Qi's bones. But there were also a large number of people who were extremely happy. They completely agreed with Lu Ming. This was how a martial artist should be. Lu Ming's eyes were calm, without the slightest trace of pity. If he was defeated today and fell into Bai Qi's hands, Bai Qi would definitely break his bones. If he was not ruthless, others would be ruthless to him. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Big brother, on the side, Bai Long's body was trembling non-stop. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Ming's eyes swept over him. Bai Long shouted, "No," and directly collapsed on the ground. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. Bai Long's body trembled. He suddenly struggled to get up and was about to run out. "Get back here and take your big brother away!" Lu Ming shouted. Bai Long hurried back, supported by Qi, and staggered away. "Big brother Tianyun, big brother Tianyun, you are really amazing. I admire you so much." At this time, Ming Peek squeezed into the crowd and ran toward Lu Ming. Behind him, Pearl and Myongcheng followed. "Ming Peek, I implicated you before. You were injured by Bai Qi," Lu Ming said. "How can you blame big brother Tianyun for this? It's just that my cultivation state is too weak. Moreover, didn't big brother Tianyun teach Bai Qi a lesson today to avenge me?" Ming Peek said. Cough, cough. Behind Ming Peek, Myongcheng coughed a few times. "Ah. Of course, my beloved big brother also taught Bai Qi a lesson and helped me vent my anger. Thank you, big brother." Ming Feng rolled his eyes and quickly said with a smile. "You." Myongcheng scolded jokingly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming, cupped his fists, and said, "I'm Myongcheng, the big brother of Pearl and Ming Peek. I just heard them talking about you. I didn't expect that brother Tianyun is really a peerless genius. I admire you. Brother Ming, you flatter me. I was just lucky." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Brother Tianyun, you don't have to be so modest. How about this, let's exchange pointers some other day, how about it?" Myongcheng looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Ming Zhu and Ming Feng, on the other hand, revealed an expression of as expected. "Sure." Lu Ming didn't refuse. Good, ha. Myongcheng laughed. "Let's go, I feel that we are fated to meet brother Tianyun today. Let's drink, my treat." Myongcheng laughed. Lu Ming didn't refuse. In the imperial city, it was always good to make more friends. They found a restaurant and drank. When they returned, it was already late at night. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, an old man came to Lu Ming's dormitory. "Tianyun, my young master wants to see you." Chapter 213. Your young master? Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student of the general hall? Lu Ming frowned, wanting to reject. The old man smiled, "Young master Tianyun, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject. My young master said that he is an old friend of yours." Old friend? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. How could he have any old friends in the imperial capital? Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a person, Hua Qi, but he was in disguise now, changing his name to Tianyun. How could he be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. "All right, I'll go with you." Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. "Please." The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the old man left the general hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance of the general hall. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong physique, a horn on its head, and was covered in scales. It was said that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon and could travel 10,000 miles in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. And this carriage was pulled by 3 flood dragon horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not ordinary. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage, it was very stable and did not feel the slightest bit bumpy. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming, not saying a word, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the carriage stopped. "We're here," young Master Tianyun, please. The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and walked down the carriage, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped at a wide square, and there were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and the ones pulling the carriages were mostly strange beasts. In front of the square, there was a very majestic building, with high walls and dazzling gold and jade. On the high walls, at the entrance, there were rows of armored soldiers patrolling, each of them emitting a strong aura. This is the Imperial Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he was slightly taken aback. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man raised his hand and said. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently and said, to be honest with you, young Master Tianyun, my young master is the current 8th prince. 8th prince? Lu Ming was surprised, he had never heard of the 8th prince. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man said again. All right. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he spoke. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, he would meet him. Lu Ming was not a timid person. Following the old man, he easily walked through the palace gates and headed inside. The imperial palace was simply too big. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Armored guards patrolled back and forth, and the place was heavily guarded. Lu Ming could faintly feel that there were many powerful auras hidden within, like sleeping dragons. Once they erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the imperial palace was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, Zhang Xian wandered around for some time before finally arriving at a residence. The courtyard was very big, and hundreds of flowers bloomed, their fragrance filling the air. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small lake. The lake water was clear, like a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the small lake. At this time, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe with a jade belt around his waist stood there. He had his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming and the others. He looked at the small lake, as if he was thinking about something. The old man came to the back of the figure, bowed and said, Your Highness, young Master Tianyun has arrived. The figure moved slightly, as if he had reacted, and then slowly turned around. When he saw the person's appearance, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Hua Qi, this person was Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince. Wasn't the imperial palace surnamed Hua? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial palace, let alone the 8th prince. Lu Ming, long time no see. The 8th prince said with a smile on his face. Lu Ming was startled, then he cupped his fists and said, 8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyun, not Lu Ming. Hua Qi smiled and said, I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday. Lu Ming, you can hide it from others, but how can you hide it from me? Especially your temperament during the battle, how can others imitate it? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had disguised himself, Hua Qi was too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was difficult to hide it. Crack crack, Lu Ming's body wriggled, his bones moved, and his body returned to normal. He then wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if I'm the 8th prince? Hua Qi sighed, then waved his hand and said, Lu Ming, come, have a seat, let's have a drink. The two sat opposite each other, and Hua Qi poured Lu Ming a cup of wine. Lu Ming did not hold back and drank it in one gulp. Lu Ming, I've heard about you. The Mystic Essence Sword sect is really disappointing. Hua Qi drank a cup and sighed. What's there to be disappointed about? I'll destroy the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, as the 8th prince, I really don't understand why you're in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming laughed and asked. Hua Qi was silent for a long time before he sighed. Lu Ming, I'm sure you know about the history of the imperial family and our current situation. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded. The imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire used to be so powerful that even the 5 major sects had to tremble in front of them. Unfortunately, the royal family suffered a great loss due to the internal strife. The sects rose to prominence, especially the Shifang sword sect. They were so ambitious that they took control of the former emperor. They used the name of the rightful ruler to rule the world. That was how they rose to prominence so quickly. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the most powerful sect. However, the imperial family is the true imperial family and we can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the Shifang sword sect. At this point, Hua Qi's eyes flickered with a shocking light. It was a kind of persistence and conviction. But then he sighed and said, unfortunately, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only know about the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections. So the imperial family established the Star General Hall to cultivate their own forces? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. That's right. Hua Qi replied. It's so obvious that the Shifang sword sect doesn't know about it. Lu Ming asked. Of course the Shifang sword sect knows about it, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The imperial family isn't weak and the Shifang sword sect doesn't dare to go too far. Hua Qi said. They don't dare to go too far. With the Shifang sword sect's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the imperial family, right? Chapter 214. Ever since he came to the imperial capital, he felt that the relationship between the imperial capital and the Decimo sword sect was very subtle. It wasn't like the legends where the Decimo sword sect controlled the imperial capital. The Decimo sword sect has the strength, but they don't dare to. Although the imperial capital has declined, we are still the orthodox. If the Decimo sword sect destroys the imperial capital, the other 4 sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the Decimo sword sect isn't afraid of the imperial capital, but the other 4 sections. Hua Qi sighed. Lu Ming's heart moved. So that's why. However, the Decimo sword sect is ambitious. They have been supporting their own people in the royal family. They want to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end, they will achieve their goal of complete control. At that time, everything in the royal family will really belong to the Decimo sword sect. Now, the imperial capital is divided into 2 factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to join the Decimo sword sect. They are a disgrace to the imperial capital, scum. Especially that sky-suppressing king. Hua Qi gritted his teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He didn't expect there to be so many secrets. Hua Qi clearly trusted him, which was why he told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and see if I can borrow the power of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to fight against the Decimo Sword Sect in the future. Now, it seems that this method won't work at all. It's better to stay in the imperial capital and accumulate my strength. Lu Ming, I have a request and I hope you can agree to it. Speaking until here, Hua Qi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand and a force surged out, lifting Hua Qi up. You're my friend. If you have something to say, say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope you can help me. Help me destroy the Decimo sword sect. Hua Qi's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Help you destroy the Decimo sword sect. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you are exceptionally talented and a dragon among men. In the future, you will definitely not be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire. You will have a broader stage. I will not ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that when you become powerful in the future, you can lend me a hand. Hua Qi said. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Firstly, Hua Qi was his friend. Also, his father, Lu Yuntian, might very well have fallen into the hands of the Ten Direction Sword sect. If that was true, then he and the Ten Direction Sword sect were mortal enemies. Sooner or later, they would have to fight, so there was no harm in agreeing to Hua Qi's request. Good, that's great. Hua Qi was overjoyed. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming continued to grow, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things could be expected. Naturally, he was excited. Hua Qi's hand moved, and a gold token appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Stellar Cluster Hall. With this command token, you can enter and exit the Stellar Cluster Hall as you wish from now on, and you don't have to pay any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 great cultivation holy lands as I please." Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he received the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what's the Stellar Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Hua Qi wore a smile on his face, obviously much happier than before, as he said, "Lu Ming, the Stellar Cluster Hall is open to all kinds of people. With such low requirements, of course, it wouldn't be for no reason. Once a person enters the Stellar Cluster Hall, the Imperial family will send people to observe them, to determine if they are from the 5 top sects, and if they can be used by the Imperial family. After a series of observations, it's confirmed that they can be used by the Imperial family, and that they have great talent, they will be recruited into the Stellar Cluster Hall. The Stellar Cluster Hall is the core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it will receive the full support of the Imperial family. Currently, many of the generals guarding the border are from the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it's also the trump card of the Imperial family against the Ten Direction Sword sect." At this point, Hua Qi pursed his lips and continued, "Of course, there is another core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and that is the Dark Star Hall." "What? The Dark Star Hall belongs to the Imperial family?" Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming didn't expect the Dark Star Hall to belong to the Imperial family. "Lu Ming, not many people know about this, you must not speak of it, otherwise, the Ten Direction Sword sect might make a big move," Hua Qi said. "Of course I won't," Lu Ming said. In fact, among the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire, 2 of them are nurtured by the Ten Direction Sword sect, and they are the Blood Rain Tower and Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The other one is the most mysterious, the King of Hell Manor. I don't even know who is behind it," Hua Qi said. "What? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the Ten Direction Sword sect?" Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him, and he thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was supported by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He didn't expect them to be supported by the Ten Direction Sword sect. If they belonged to the Ten Direction Sword sect, how could the Duanmu family order them around? Maybe the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything for money, or maybe the Duanmu family and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or rather, the Ten Direction Sword sect had some kind of relationship. "Lu Ming, what did you discover?" Hua Qi asked. "Nothing." Lu Ming shook his head and didn't tell Hua Qi his guess. "Hua Qi, I also have something that I need your help with." Lu Ming's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "What is it?" "As long as I can help, I will do my best to help," Hua Qi said. "I need you to help me investigate a person, and that person is my father." Lu Ming didn't hide anything and told Hua Qi that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the Ten Direction Sword sect. "There's actually such a secret, Lu Ming, don't worry, I will use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the imperial capital, I will help you find him even if I have to turn the imperial capital upside down," Hua Qi said resolutely. "Thank you." With Hua Qi's help, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He finally had some confidence in his heart. Hua Qi was the 8th prince of the imperial capital, and he definitely had a lot of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it was 1,000 times better than him investigating alone. Next, the 2 drank and chatted. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming bid farewell to Hua Qi. Lu Ming, there's something that I almost forgot to tell you. 2 months later, the royal family and the Shifang sword sect will open a plain together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. Do you want to go with us then? There are treasures that can greatly help awaken the second bloodline. Hua Qi suddenly said. Treasures that can greatly help awaken the second bloodline? Of course I'll go. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance, and any treasures that could help awaken the second bloodline couldn't be missed. Good, actually, you defeated Bai Qi, so there will definitely be a spot for you. Hua Qi said with a smile. Then Lu Ming took his leave and returned to the Star General Hall in Tianyan's appearance. I hope I can hear news about father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking. He had a feeling that although the Blazing Sun Empire seemed peaceful now, there were undercurrents surging. Various parties were fighting, and he didn't know when it would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. Chapter 215. The next morning, Lu Ming walked out of his room. This time, his target was the Divine Wind Valley. 2 months later, if he wanted to enter the plain, he would definitely encounter the top geniuses of the 10-direction sword sect. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Now, there was still a long way to go for the fire force. 2 months was far from enough. Even if he cultivated in the Earth Force cave, it was still not enough. It was better to focus on comprehending the wind force. If he could reach the small success stage of the wind force, his battle strength would increase explosively in a short period of time. The Divine Wind Valley was located in a huge valley north of the Star General Hall. That's right, it was not a valley, but a valley. Among them, the valleys were densely packed and crisscrossed. There were many of them. If one looked down from the sky, they would discover that these valleys seemed to have been carved out by a peerless expert with a chaotic blade. In these valleys, violent winds howled and hurricanes swirled. Some of the hurricanes could even tear steel into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend the wind force. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear the howling of the wind inside. Lu Ming was not the only one who came here. At the same time, there were a few young men who came with him. Entering the Divine Wind Valley to cultivate is 10 spirit crystals a day. How many days do you need to go in? At the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, a burly man looked at one of the young men and said coldly. 10 spirit crystals for a day, isn't that too expensive? The young man shouted. If you think it's expensive, then leave quickly. No one is begging you to come here to cultivate. The burly man glanced at the young man coldly. Then, he ignored him and looked at the others. The others were helpless and took out their spirit crystals. I need to cultivate for 10 days. A young man took out 100 spirit crystals and handed it to the burly man. Half a month for me, no, 10 days. Another young man took out 100 spirit crystals with a pained expression. The burly man's face darkened as he took them one by one and registered them. What about you? How many days do you need? The burly man looked at Lu Ming. Look at this. Lu Ming moved his hand and the golden token given by Hua Qi appeared. When the burly man saw the golden token, his face suddenly changed. He revealed a gentle smile and said, Please come in. You don't need to pay spirit crystals. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled faintly. It seemed that this token was really useful. It's not fair. One of the young men shouted. Shut up. The burly man shouted coldly, causing the few young men's expressions to change drastically. They shut their mouths and dared not speak, looking at Lu Ming with envy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He touched his nose and strode into the Divine Wind Valley. Whoosh! Once he entered the Divine Wind Valley, he could feel a terrifying whistling sound. A gust of wind blew towards him, making Lu Ming's body feel like it was about to float. Lu Ming circulated his true qi and his body flashed. his body became as immovable as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him. I just entered the valley and there's already such a strong gust of wind. This is indeed a good place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend wind force. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. Soon, he reached the end of the valley. On his left and right, there was another valley. The gust of wind was even stronger. Lu Ming did not even think about it and chose the side with the strongest gust of wind. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 or 8 valleys. Here, the gust of wind was very strong and terrifying. The strong gust of wind even condensed into wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like blades as they constantly collided with Lu Ming's body protecting true qi, causing ripples to appear on Lu Ming's body protecting true qi. What a terrifying wind blade! The wind blades here are already equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. With so many wind blades, it was as if a large group of first-level martial masters were constantly attacking Lu Ming. The true qi in Lu Ming's body was rapidly depleting. Not only can I comprehend the wind force here, but I can also cultivate the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, 2 ancient shields condensed in front of him. Clang! Clang! The wind blades constantly bombarded the shields, but the shields did not budge. The power is not enough. I'll go deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk forward and the wind blades became stronger and stronger. It was equivalent to a second-level martial master's full-strength attack, followed by a third-level martial master, a fourth-level martial master. After Lu Ming walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. It was equivalent to a first-level martial master's attack. How terrifying was this? Even steel would be instantly torn to pieces. Most importantly, the wind blades here were not just 1 or 2, but densely packed and unceasingly bombarded him. Clang clang, the wind blades bombarded the ancient shield, causing the sound of iron striking and sparks to fly in all directions. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming trembled non-stop. Especially to guard against the wind blades coming from all directions, 2 ancient shields were not enough. Lu Ming's mind was completely immersed in it. He constantly controlled the ancient shield to fly up and down, blocking the wind blades while carefully sensing the changes in the wind around him. This was equivalent to Lu Ming cultivating the ancient shield technique while comprehending the wind force. Cultivating like this would allow one to improve at a terrifying speed. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's true qi was also extremely large. Even with Lu Ming's true qi that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to cultivate like this. After leaving, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 Dao palms while recovering his true qi. After recovering his true qi, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued his high-intensity cultivation. A month later, the ancient shield technique broke through and entered the 3rd level. As for the wind force, his progress was also extremely fast. Although it had not reached the small success stage, it was not far away. As for the 3 Dao palms, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. After cultivating for a month, I'll go out and rest for 2 days. Following which, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after returning to his residence, Ming Peak, Pearl, and Myungcheng found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts madman. I think you're even crazier than me. You're cultivating all day long and I can't even see your shadow. When Ming Qing saw Lu Ming, he called out in a loud voice. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant secret realm this time, right? Ming Peak asked. Blood Ant secret realm? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 216. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? You're indeed a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng curled his lips speechlessly before continuing. The Blood Ant's secret realm is a plane jointly controlled by the imperial family and the Shifang sword sect. It opens once every 3 years. In a month, it will be the end of the 3 years. The Star General Hall has already given the order that anyone above the 3rd level Martial Master realm, including 3rd level Martial Masters, must participate. As for those below the 3rd level Martial Master realm, if their battle strength has reached the 3rd level Martial Master realm, they can also participate. Currently, many 2nd layer Martial Masters are desperately cultivating, hoping to reach the 3rd layer Martial Master realm and enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. After all, this is a great opportunity and no one wants to miss it. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know about it? After Ming Peak finished speaking, he curled his lips again. As expected, it's the same thing as Hua Qi, Lu Ming said in his heart. Of course I've heard about it. Of course I'll participate. Lu Ming smiled. In the Blood Ant's secret realm, cultivators above the 7th layer Martial Master realm will not be able to enter. At that time, with Brother Tianyun's strength, you will definitely reap a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the Shifang sword faction because every time, the disciples of the Shifang sword faction will wantonly hunt down the geniuses of the General Hall. Pearl said in a deep voice. The Shifang sword sect better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill whoever comes. Myongcheng coldly snorted, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he asked, those above the 7th layer Martial Master realm really can't participate? Yes, I've also heard about it. It's said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. Those above the 7th layer Martial Master realm will be rejected once they enter. Pearl explained. I see. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If those above the 7th layer Martial Master realm couldn't enter, no matter how talented or strong the disciples of the Shifang sword sect were, he wouldn't be afraid. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's spar. At this moment, Myongcheng shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, full of fighting spirit. Sure. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, they found a spacious area. A few minutes later. Tianyun, you pervert, I don't want to fight with you anymore, I don't want to spar with you anymore, you pervert. Myongcheng screamed miserably. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you're the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Peak and Pearl were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he wouldn't spar with Lu Ming in the future. This was something that had never happened before. Don't, Brother Myongcheng, I've gained a lot from sparring with you. Let's continue another day. I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. My stomach hurts, I'm leaving first. Myongcheng almost cried. He clutched his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Lu Ming, Ming Peak, and Pearl were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? Did I get the wrong person? Ming Peak muttered. Did you get the wrong person? Or is someone too perverted? Pearl rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the cultivation atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely dense. Everyone who had hopes of entering the Blood Ant's secret realm was bitterly cultivating, hoping to increase their battle strength and gain more in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Lu Ming rested for 2 days and returned to the Divine Wind Valley. He found that there were many more people cultivating in the Divine Wind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the Divine Wind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he cultivated last time. There was no one here. No one could cultivate here. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant's secret realm to open. Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley a day in advance. The next day, he and Myungcheng arrived at the martial field of the General Star Hall. All the students of the General Star Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant's secret realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered at the martial field. This was the total number of people entering the Blood Ant's secret realm. Every one of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th level of the martial master realm. Swoosh! A few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time. I won't go into the details. Now, I will talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent and his voice was like a bell. First, the Blood Ant's secret realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it is time for the Blood Ants to refine their eggs. The eggs of the Blood Ants are the best material to refine the blood refining pill. Every 3 eggs of the Blood Ants can be refined into a blood refining pill. As long as you hand over the eggs of the Blood Ants to the Imperial family, you will receive half of them. That is to say, as long as you hand over 6 eggs of the Blood Ants, the Imperial family will give you a blood refining pill. Blood refining pill, it's actually a blood refining pill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a blazing light. Before a cultivator awakened their second bloodline, there would be a process of accumulation. What was accumulation? It was the accumulation of bloodline energy. The stronger the bloodline energy accumulated, the higher the grade of the second bloodline awakened. As for the blood refining pill, it was a treasure that could accumulate bloodline energy. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Hua Qi had mentioned before was the blood refining pill. Not only Lu Ming, but the eyes of everyone present, including the geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial ancestor realm, were filled with a blazing light. As long as they obtained 6 eggs of the Blood Ants, they would be able to exchange them for a blood refining pill. Second, I must warn you, you must be careful of the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect will hunt down the disciples of the General Hall. Killing and plundering are not prohibited in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again, warning with a solemn expression. Humph, so what if they are geniuses of the Shifang Sword sect, why would I be afraid of them? Some of the students were very confident as they spoke. Alright, that's all I want to say. The rest is up to you. Now, let's go to the Blood Ant's secret realm. As soon as the red-haired old man finished speaking, a few screeches sounded in the sky as 8 large wind eagles descended. These 8 wind eagles were much larger than the ones that Lu Ming had seen in Dongke City. As the wind eagles descended, the crowd soared into the sky and leaped onto their backs. Following the 8 screeches, the wind eagles soared into the sky and headed north. The Blood Ant's secret realm was located in the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the Blood Ant's secret realm originally belonged to the imperial family, but the Shifang Sword sect took over a portion of its authority and requested to split the Blood Ant's secret realm equally with the imperial family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the Blood Ant's secret realm to harvest the eggs of the Blood Ants. The eggs belonged to whoever obtained them. Chapter 217. The Decimo Sword sect was extremely powerful and had countless geniuses and masters. Even the Mystic Essence Sword sect was inferior to them, let alone the imperial family. Therefore, every time the Blood Ant's secret realm opened, most of the Blood Ant eggs were taken by the Decimo Sword sect. The imperial family could only get a small portion. The Wind Eagle was extremely fast and it only took half a day to cover the distance of 20,000 miles. This was a rather desolate forest. There were bare stones everywhere, and only a few trees and weeds grew sparsely here and there. The Wind Eagle landed on a slightly flatter area. The red-haired old man and the others jumped down first. The others followed suit. The Decimo Sword sect is not here yet. Let's wait here. The red-haired old man said. Everyone nodded. Swoosh, at this moment, more than a dozen figures jumped high and landed on the 10 stone pillars on one side. They jumped on the stone pillars and sat cross-legged. Lu Ming saw the person on the outermost stone pillar at a glance. It was Bai Qi. It's the top 10 experts of the outer palace. Is this the gold pillar? It must be. But that Bai Qi still has the face to jump on it. Myeongchang and Tianyun are much stronger than him. How thick-skinned. There was a burst of discussion. Gold pillar. Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Tianyun, there's nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary stone pillar. It's called the gold pillar because it's easier to see the secret realm from the top. Only the strongest can climb it every time. It's a symbol of strength. Myeongchang explained. Oh. I see. Lu Ming nodded and then looked at the opposite side. There were more than a dozen stone pillars, but no one jumped on them. That's the Decimo Sword Sect's territory. Those ascendant pillars belong to the Decimo Sword Sect. Myeongchang said. Lu Ming suddenly understood why no one jumped on them. Then, he glanced at the people on the stone pillars. These people were the top 10 experts of the outer palace of the Star General Hall. Bai Qi, you're really shameless. How dare you occupy a seeker pillar? Get down here right now. Myeongchang looked at Bai Qi and shouted. His voice rang out from afar, causing Bai Qi's face to turn red. Myeongchang. Bai Qi gritted his teeth angrily, but he didn't come down. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi, do you think you're an expert just because you're holding on? How shameless. Forget it, I won't fight with you. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Myeongchang casually waved his hand and sneered. Ha ha ha. The rest of the audience also burst into laughter. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming smiled. He had no interest in this kind of battle for empty fame. Shaking his head, he casually found a place to sit cross-legged and wait. 10 minutes later, several bird cries resounded through the barren mountain. 3 huge golden birds appeared in the sky. These 3 huge golden birds spread their wings and covered the sky. They were more than 100 meters long and were extremely terrifying. Their wings were golden as if they were made of gold. A powerful aura spread out and was as heavy as a mountain. Martial Ancestor Realm Demonic Beasts. Lu Ming's face changed. These are small golden rocks. It's said that they have the bloodline of the divine beast Golden Winged Rock. The Decimo Sword faction has such a strange beast and there are 3 of them. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire is really terrifying. Some of the students in the Star General Hall exclaimed in shock. Caw! The small golden rocks cried loudly and their voices pierced through the clouds and landed. Ha, Hua Feixiong, you're here early. A loud laugh came from one of the small golden rocks in the middle. Then, a few elders stepped down from the sky. Then, 3 young men with swords on their backs leaped down from the 3 small golden rocks. These young men and women were all dignified and had extraordinary auras. Each of them was like a divine sword and their sword chi pierced through the clouds. There were more than 360 people. So many people. The faces of the people in the Star General Hall changed. The red-haired elder's face was grave as he said, "They're just a few minutes early." The leader of the 10 Directions Sword faction was a skinny old man. At this moment, his gaze swept across the group from the Star General Hall as he chuckled and said, "There seems to be a little more people this time around. Be careful not to let all of them die inside. Otherwise, the people that your Star General Hall recruited with great difficulty will suffer heavy losses." The red-haired elder's face darkened as he said coldly, "Akira no Ji, you don't have to worry about this." "Huh, is that so? Then let's go and prepare together." Akira no Ji sneered. "Let's go." The red-haired elder waved his hand and the other 2 elders followed him and flew into the depths of the barren mountains. Akira no Ji led the elders of the Decimo Sword faction into the depths of the barren mountains. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! after the elders left, the figures of the Decimo sword faction flashed and dozens of figures leaped onto the observation pillars. Obviously, these people were the top experts of the Decimo sword faction. Although their cultivation was at the 6th grade martial master realm, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. Brother Tianyun, do you see the person on the first stone pillar? Myongchang asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over. It was a handsome and cold young man in his early 20s. He wore a white swordsman's robe and carried a palm-wide sword on his back. Just sitting there casually, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Yes, even Lu Ming felt threatened. Is this person famous? Lu Ming asked. This person is called Yang Zitian. He is an extremely terrifying genius of the Decimo sword faction. When he was at the martial master realm, he was ranked first on the Decimo sword faction's bronze list. When he was at the 9th grade martial master realm, he successfully comprehended force. When he was at the 9th grade martial master realm, he killed many martial grand masters. You must be careful when you encounter this person, Myongchang said with an extremely solemn expression. There were very few people who could make Myongchang so serious. The first on the Decimo sword faction's bronze list? Lu Ming whispered. The Decimo sword faction was the #1 sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. The first on the bronze list was definitely not to be underestimated. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Of course, other than this person, the Decimo sword faction has a few other people who are also extremely terrifying. Myongchang said. Ha ha ha, there are quite a lot of people in the general hall this time. 3 years ago, there were less than 100 people. This time, there are 120 people. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice sounded from the Decimo sword faction. Junior brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by 120 people? In my opinion, it's just 120 trash. Another voice sounded. Ha ha ha, senior brother is right. It's 120 trash. That's right. That's right. There was a burst of laughter from the Decimo sword faction. What did you say? Who's the trash? Someone in the general hall was angry and shouted. Io, you're even angry. Am I wrong? 3 years ago, 98 people entered the general hall and only 23 came out. If they're not trash, what are they? A young man with a crooked mouth from the Decimo sword faction walked out and looked coldly at the people in the general hall. This time, you have more than 120 people. Don't all die in there. Chapter 218. The crooked mouth youth from the Decimo sword sect looked at the people from the general hall with disdain. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? The people from the general hall gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. What are you looking at? Come at me if you want to fight. The crooked mouth youth looked at the people from the general hall with provocation. Disdain, blatant disdain. The people from the general hall were furious, but no one stepped forward. After all, the reputation of the Decimo sword sect was not just for show. Humph, what a bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth continued to provoke them. Damn it, I'll fight him. Myongchang could not stand it anymore and was about to stand up. Brother Ming, wait a minute. He's deliberately provoking us to test our strength. Why fall for it? Lu Ming patted Myongchang and said. Myongchang sat down. Junior brother, I don't think you need to say anything. They're just a bunch of cowards and trash. No matter what you say, no one will dare to fight. A youth from the Decimo sword sect shouted. A bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth shouted. You've gone too far. Today, I'll have a taste of the Decimo sword sect's skills. Finally, someone from the general hall could not stand it anymore. He shouted and strode out. It's Mo Gang. He's going to fight. Mo Gang is a 6th grade martial master. He's ranked in the top 20 in the outer hall of the general hall. With him fighting, we can see the strength of the Decimo sword sect's disciples. Mo Gang walked out and the disciples of the general hall began to whisper. Finally, someone with some guts. How about this, I'll let you have 3 moves. I won't fight back for 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed youth looked at Imogang with contempt. I don't need you to let me have a go. Take this. Imogang roared and a mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand. Waving the mountain-splitting axe, Imogang slashed at the crooked-mouthed youth. The mountain-splitting axe slashed through the void and the space trembled like waves. If the axe slashed down, even a mountain would be split in half. Great! The people of the general hall cheered in their hearts. They were waiting to see how the crooked-mouthed youth would let them have 3 moves. But in the next moment, their faces froze. The crooked-mouthed youth spun his sword and drew a circle. An invisible gravitational force was generated and Imogang's battle axe was bounced off the circle. Bang! 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 At the same time, Imogang took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Everyone in the Star General Hall was shocked. What a powerful defensive martial skill! Myungchang said with a solemn expression. Profound grade upper grade martial skill, 2nd level. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could see the level of his opponent's martial skill and its maturity. 2 more moves. I've said it before. I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered disdainfully. I don't believe it. Imogang roared and swung his axe again. This strike was even more powerful, but it was useless. It was still deflected by the crooked-mouthed young man's sword. How could this be? Could it be that this crooked-mouthed youth is a top genius of the 10 Directions sword sect? Someone from the Star General Hall shouted in disbelief. They suspected that the 10 Directions sword sect had purposely sent a genius to attack them. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you, I'm nothing in the 10 Directions sword sect. There are many people stronger than me. The crooked-mouthed young man said calmly. Impossible. Take my 3rd move. Imogang roared and his bloodline erupted. The muscles on his muscular body bulged as he swung his axe at the crooked-mouthed young man. This axe, Imogang used his full strength, erupting with his strongest move. Break. Imogang's eyes turned red. Break? Do you think you can break it? The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. His battle sword spun and his body was covered with rings of sword light. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the battle axe chopped down on it. As for Imogang, his body once again staggered backwards. How could this be? How could this be? Imogang roared in disbelief. You piece of trash. Die. Chi. The sword light flashed like lightning. Retreat. Someone from the Star General Hall shouted. However, it was too late for Imogang to react. Puchi. The sword light pierced through Imogang's throat. Imogang roared and fell to the ground. Imogang was killed. The people from the Star General Hall fell silent with a grave expression. You still say you're not trash. Now, the truth is in front of you. If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around. The people from the Star General Hall were humiliated. The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect looked at the people from the Star General Hall in disdain. What a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around and his gaze landed on the 10 pillars. You, get down here. The crooked-mouthed young man suddenly pointed at Bai Qi who was on the 10th pillar. Bai Qi's face stiffened. He squeezed out an ugly smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother, what can I do for you? His attitude was humble, hoping to gain the other party's favor. This made the others unhappy. Unfortunately, the crooked-mouthed young man did not buy it. He shouted, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can call me senior brother? Get down here right now. I'm taking your Realm Seeker pillar. What? You want the Observer pillar? Bai Qi was shocked and his face turned ugly. Don't go too far. The Observer Pillar has been allocated between the Imperial family and the 10 Directions Sword sect since ancient times. It represents the honor of the Imperial family and we can't give it to you. On another Observer Pillar, a young man in a yellow robe shouted angrily. This young man was a member of the Imperial family. What honor! Today, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. If you don't, I'll beat you until you give it to me. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Bai Qi almost cried. He was in a dilemma. If he did not give it to the Observer Pillar, he would have to face the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. If he gave it to the Observer Pillar, he would be destroying the Imperial family's honor. Everyone in the Star General Hall would despise him and he would never be able to raise his head in the Star General Hall. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have been so thick-skinned as to fight for the Observer Pillar. Bai Qi, if you give it to me, you'll be a sinner of the Star General Hall. No one in the Star General Hall is afraid of death. At most, we'll fight. If we can't win, we'll die. I'll support you spiritually. Ming Qing yelled in an unkind manner, pushing Bai Qi one step further into the fire pit. At this moment, Myongcheng almost laughed out loud. I'll support you spiritually too. Lu Ming also shouted. Support your sister. Who wants to support you spiritually? Bai Qi roared in his heart. Lu Ming and Myongcheng were obviously gloating over his misfortune. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Bai Qi had no choice but to bite the bullet and cupped his fists at the crooked-mouthed young man. Looks like you want to compete. Then let me see what you're capable of. I know you're one of the top 10 experts in the Star General Hall. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Suddenly, he moved and pounced at Bai Qi, White Snake Dragon Palm, Dragon Transformation. Chapter 219. A white dragon roared and pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. Clang! With a sword hum, the crooked-mouthed youth's sword Qi was extremely sharp. He slashed out with his sword and directly cut off the white dragon's head. Bai Qi's expression changed as he continued to attack with his palms. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. 10 dragons danced in the air. Sword roaring in the heavens. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and his sword Qi collided with the white dragon. Boom! Boom! After 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill! The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and a dazzling sword Qi slashed at Bai Qi, White Snake Dragon Palm, double palm power. Bai Qi roared as he swung his palms again. Roar! The white dragon roared and formed 20 white dragons that pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. After a period of hard work, Bai Qi's martial arts had improved and he could form 20 white dragons. He wanted to take revenge on Myongcheng and Lu Ming, but now he was forced to use it. Is this your limit? How disappointing. The youth with a crooked mouth roared as he merged with his sword and soared into the sky. The white dragons were defeated wherever the sword Qi passed. Bai Qi screamed as his body was thrown back and fell to the ground heavily, coughing up blood. Swoosh! The youth with a crooked mouth moved and landed on the Observer Pillar where Bai Qi was. Ha! From now on, this Observer Pillar belongs to the Shifang Sword sect. The youth with a crooked mouth laughed. Damn it, get down! The royal disciple from before roared. Hey, hey, hey! Give up your Realm Seeker Pillar then. At this time, another disciple from the Shifang Sword sect rushed out and pounced on the royal disciple. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Qi, but the Shifang Sword sect disciple was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another Observer Pillar was taken by the Shifang Sword sect. How can they be so strong? Is this the prodigy of the Shifang Sword sect? The people from the Star General Hall thought in despair. The prodigies on the Observer Pillar from the Shifang Sword sect had not made a move yet. Just a few prodigies with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 prodigies from the outer Shifang sword sect. And it was a one-sided battle. This shocked the people from the Star General Hall and their morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant Mystic Realm, how would he be able to fight against the other party? And the Star General Hall's prodigy. What top 10 masters? They're all trash. I think I'll sweep them all away. That crooked-mouthed young man was incomparably arrogant. He disdainfully swept his gaze over the other 8 of the 10 great experts of the Star General Hall. The 8 prodigies faces his mouth. Young the Shifang sword sect. Even if they had the confidence to defeat the crooked-mouthed youth, they were afraid that the Shifang sword sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Shifang sword sects. It's Shifang sword sect. He had just joined the Star General Hall and did not have much of a sense of belonging. No matter how much the Shifang sword sect despised the Star General Hall, he had no interest in making a move. His main purpose here was to obtain the blood ant egg and exchange it for the blood refinement pill. He did not want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be arrogant. I have someone in the Star General Hall who can defeat all of you. At the side, Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Qi. They did not understand why Bai Qi suddenly became so aggressive and dared to talk to the Shifang sword sect like that. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The Shifang sword sect looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling the truth. No matter how strong the Shifang sword sect is, you can't defeat this person. Who are you talking about? Tell him to come out. The Shifang sword sect's disciple shouted. It's him. Bai Qi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. Swoosh. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. This Bai Qi actually wanted to use someone else to kill him. He deserved to die. It's him. His name is Tianyun and he's a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He'll definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Qi shouted at the Shifang sword sect. Kill me within 10 moves. Ridiculous. I think you're crazy. Well, open your eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he'll kill me within 10 moves. The Shifang sword sect sneered and then looked at Lu Ming. He pointed his sword at him and said, Kid, come out and fight me. The corners of Bai Qi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with complacency. He secretly admired himself for dragging Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you'll die against the Shifang sword sect. Bai Qi sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly got up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What? What did you say? The crooked youth thought that he had misheard. Idiot, that idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. How can you see through such an obvious thing? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lu Ming scolded as if he was scolding a child. The crooked-mouthed youth's face suddenly turned ashen. His crooked mouth became even more crooked with anger. He roared, You're courting death, brat. Bastard, you're dead. I don't care what the reason is. You're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves, no, 3 moves to kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Qi was gnashing his teeth. Lu Ming called him an idiot left and right so smoothly that he almost vomited blood. Humph, Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Shifang sword sect. Let's see how you'll die. Bai Qi roared in his heart. Kill. The crooked-mouthed youth roared and his killing intent exploded. He couldn't bear it anymore and charged towards Lu Ming. Sword whirled. The crooked-mouthed youth used a killer move right away. The dazzling sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and swept it out. Boom! As the spear swept out, the space trembled violently. The air was suddenly blown apart, making a terrifying sound. Because the spear was too fast, the friction with the air brought about blazing flames. Before the spear arrived, the terrifying explosive force had already blown apart the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi. How could this be? The crooked-mouthed youth's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of horror. His body frantically retreated, and at the same time, his battle sword spun rapidly, displaying a defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the Shifang sword sect geniuses who were standing on the hopper pillars changed. What a powerful force! Someone whispered. I didn't expect that there would be a decent genius in the Star General Hall. Yang Zitian's eyes revealed a hint of interest, but it was only a hint. Dong! Lu Ming's spear fiercely whipped the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing and unpleasant roar. Chapter 220. Tian Yun is going to win. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted excitedly. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he sent the youth with a crooked mouth flying in a domineering manner, causing him to vomit blood. Second move. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop attacking and the second spear shot out violently. Rumble. The long spear shot out, and the space shook violently. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked young man was horrified. He roared and unleashed all his strength to use that defensive martial technique. The battle sword spun, and sword circles appeared one after another in front of the crooked young man. Block it! The crooked young man's eyes were red as he roared. Dong! However, the long spear swept out, and all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked young man's battle sword. A terrifying force burst out, and the crooked young man's battle sword exploded with a bang. The crooked young man screamed as his bones cracked. No one knew how many of them were broken. Third move. I'll kill you. The cold voice said again. No. The crooked young man yelled. How dare you? Stop. A young man on one of the observation pillars of the Decimo sword sect shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the crooked young man's heart. With a thud, it was nailed to the ground. You dare to kill me? The crooked young man roared in disbelief. I said that I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move. Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked young man's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a roar of disbelief and stopped breathing. Junior brother. How dare you kill a genius of the Decimo sword sect? You're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect shouted with killing intent in their eyes. Attack. First, cripple his cultivation. Then, I want to break all the bones in his body and hang him at the entrance of the Star General Hall. Let everyone know the consequences of offending my 10 Directions sword faction. It was still the same young man on the observer pillar. This young man had a head of long green hair and was incomparably demonic. At this moment, he stared coldly at Lu Ming and spoke. Of course, the other geniuses on the observer pillar were also glaring coldly at Lu Ming. They just didn't say anything. Clang! Clang! As soon as the green-haired young man's voice faded, at least 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect unsheathed their swords around Lu Ming. Streaks of sword chi flashed out. Kill! More than 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction attacked together. More than 20 violent sword chi instantly submerged Lu Ming. Moon seizing. The long spear swept out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost! Lu Ming roared. Like a peerless demon god, he charged forward with his spear in hand. Boom! Boom! More than 20 explosions sounded in succession. More than 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction were sent flying and coughing up blood. Everyone present was shocked. Too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. It was simply a crushing. The opponents couldn't resist at all. More than 20 people were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming. How can there be such an expert in the Star General Hall? Many of the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction roared in their hearts. Even Yang Zitian's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Swish! Lu Ming took a step forward and directly appeared above the green-haired young man's head, looking down at him. Get lost! Lu Ming's long spear struck down violently. It was very direct and domineering. You're courting death. The green-haired young man shouted coldly. A green battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a substantial green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were the size of a table. It continuously slapped at Lu Ming. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The green bear directly collapsed and the long spear continued to smash down. How can this be? The green-haired young man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and famous in the 10 Directions sword faction. Some of the other disciples couldn't compare to him. The fact that he was qualified to occupy a prospect pillar was enough to explain everything. Initially, he thought that no matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would be able to put up a fight. However, once they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. He was no match for him at all. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear directly blasted the prospect pillar. In an instant, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down. The space seemed to have frozen at this moment. After a while, there was a shocking roar. How dare you! How dare you destroy the aspiration pillar of my 10 Directions sword sect? You're dead. Kill, we must kill him. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction roared. Although the prospect pillar was useless, it represented the face of the 10 Directions sword faction. Lu Ming destroying the prospect pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zitian and a few other youths from the Shifang sword sect, who had been very calm, looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression. Boom! Boom! 5 or 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming in succession. Force! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 or 6 young men had actually comprehended force. The 10 Directions sword faction was indeed full of geniuses. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force in the martial grandmaster realm were few and far between. However, even those who comprehended force in the martial grandmaster realm were no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. God, there are so many people in the 10 Directions sword faction who have comprehended force. Tian Yun is finished. No matter how strong he is no match for these monsters. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted. Boom! The 6 geniuses of the 10 Directions sword faction who had comprehended force all pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was about to unleash his force to resist. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, a red-haired old man flew over quickly, emitting a terrifying aura. The force of the 6 young geniuses of the 10 Directions sword faction was blocked. Old red monster, what are you doing? Do you want to attack the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction? Let me exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Akira no Ji also arrived at the scene. Akira no Ji looked around. When he saw the observer pillar that had been shattered, his expression changed drastically. He shouted gloomily, "Who is it? Who broke the observer pillar?" "Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Tiger." A disciple of the 10 Directions sword faction pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Kid, how dare you break the observer pillar of the 10 Directions sword faction? You even killed the elites of the 10 Directions sword faction. You're courting death. Akira no Ji roared and slapped at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of the martial grandmaster realm was displayed. His palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The red-haired old man also moved. He punched out and blocked Akira no Ji's palm force. Old red monster, do you want to fight? Akira no Ji roared. Chiou Wuji, your 10 Directions sword sect has also killed a disciple of my astral general hall, so we're even now. As for shattering the observer pillar, you can't blame anyone for this. Chapter 221. How can the lives of the Star General Hall be compared to the lives of the Decimo sword faction? Get lost! Akira no Ji roared. Akira no Ji, don't go overboard. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Let's fight. The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. You, Akira no Ji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the Decimo sword faction, but this red-haired old man was like a wild beast. He was a lawless master who feared no one when he went mad. This was also the reason why the royal family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. Akira no Ji, if you want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, you'll miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant secret realm. The red-haired old man said again. Good, very good. Old Red, what's the use of you protecting this kid now? Disciples of the Decimo sword faction, listen up. This time, I'll give you a new mission. In the Blood Ant secret realm, kill this person with all your might. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Akira no Ji pointed at Lu Ming. Alright, Elder, don't worry. I'll kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine. Instantly, all the disciples of the Decimo sword faction looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Also, this time, if you encounter anyone from the Star General Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. If he dares to kill someone from the Star General Hall, not only will he die, the others will die too. Akira no Ji instructed again. Elder, don't worry. This time, the people from the Star General Hall won't be able to leave. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction said one after another. At this time, all the disciples of the Star General Hall had ugly expressions. Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who caused this trouble. Why should we take the blame? Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was Bai Qi again. That's right, this is all because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. We originally had a way out with the Decimo sword faction and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit. On the observer pillar, a green-robed youth also roared. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he naturally stood on Bai Qi's side. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Star General Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the green-robed youth said made sense. How about this? Let's enter the Blood Ant mystic realm and work together to capture Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the Decimo sword sect and reconcile with them. What do you think? Bai Qi shouted. Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the fuck are you talking about? Myungchang couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest was swelling with pain. Bai Qi and the green-robed youth were too shameless. Who was the one who was humiliated by the 10 Directions sword school just now? The entire Star General Hall was suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the Star Hall would have lost a lot of face today. Now, they were actually making a false countercharge and blaming everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, would things have turned out this way? Bai Qi clamored. Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder reprimanded and looked coldly at Bai Qi. What are you afraid of? At most, we'll fight. Tianyun is not wrong. Elder, the blood ant egg is more important. Bai Qi shouted. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi is right. If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the Decimo sword sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the Star General Hall with a mocking look. It was ridiculous that there was already an internal conflict before they even set off. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, and no emotions could be heard. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the blood ant secret realm. If I don't kill you, I, Tianyun, will cripple my own cultivation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was incomparably cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Elder, look. We're both from the Star General Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person stay in the Star General Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the Star General Hall and disqualify him from participating in the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was scared to death. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the Blood Ant Secret Realm. You can settle it yourselves. The red-haired elder reprimanded, clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And all of you. Lu Ming pointed his long spear at the people of the Decimo sword sect. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like that of a demon. All of you from the Decimo sword sect want to kill me. Fine, I, Tianyun, will take it. Let's see who will kill who then. Let's see who will kill who. The 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. Such strong confidence, such strong boldness. Did these words mean that he wanted to fight an entire sect alone? Good, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes shining. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he felt that he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. Just because you have some battle strength, you can't tell the difference. There are many people from the Decimo sword sect who can kill him. Kill. We must kill him when we reach the Blood Ant Secret Realm. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect roared, their eyes filled with fear and hostility. Clang! A loud sword sound resounded, and a sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Yang Zaijian. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "He's my prey. If I meet him, I'll kill him." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Decimo sword sect were shocked. Yang Zaijian wants to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's rare that he caught the attention of senior brother Yang Zaijian. It's his honor. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect sneered. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he glared at Yang Zaijian. They were at each other's throats. You don't know what's good for you. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect sneered. Okay, let's go. The red-haired elder suddenly roared and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. Let's go too. Qiu Wuji said coldly as he led the people of the Decimo sword sect to follow. The group ran for a few thousand meters before stopping at a pile of rocks. However, there were inscriptions carved on these rocks. Old Monster read, "Let's begin." Qiu Wuji looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Qiu Wuji led the elders of the Decimo sword sect to the other side of the rocks. Both sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. Streams of true qi surged out and poured into the rocks. Wang! The inscriptions glowed, and then a door of light condensed in the rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Go in. Over at the Star General Hall, there were people impatiently rushing towards the door of light. Once they entered the door of light, they disappeared. We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient? Chapter 222. Then, most of the Shifang Sword Sect disciples looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent before rushing into the light gate. Brother Tianyun, you must be careful. Myeongchang warned with a solemn expression. Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was very confident. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the Divine Wind Valley and gained a lot. His combat strength had greatly increased, so he was naturally confident. I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the Shifang Sword Sect won't be able to do anything to you. Myeongchang said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. Let's go in. Myeongchang said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light gate with Myeongchang. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light gate, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to an old man beside him. The old man nodded and turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Akira no Ji's eyes flashed and he also said a few words to an elder of the Shifang Sword Sect. That elder also turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. On the other side, the sky and earth spun. Then, Lu Ming felt his body falling. Around him, there was a burst of moist air. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air and below him was a large river that flowed endlessly. The river was at least 100 meters wide and the river water was turbulent. No one knew where it flowed to. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. High air step. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped on the void. His body became as light as a feather as he slowly descended. Splash! Suddenly, the river water below surged and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was very large. It was the size of a puppy. Compared to other ants, it was many times larger. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. Puchi. The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and the blood ant's head exploded. He sucked in the true chi in his palm and grabbed the blood ant's corpse. Blood ant egg. Lu Ming found a blood-red ball the size of a longan in the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood aura. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's Jinqi was like a knife as he took the blood ant egg into his hand. Then, he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot. His body floated forward and landed on the riverside. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-level martial master. It is a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. It is said that a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast's blood ant will condense one blood ant egg in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant will condense 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 3 LV3 blood ant will condense 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the rank, the higher the number. The blood ant eggs condensed by the blood ant will be twice as many as the previous rank. I have to find a higher-ranked blood ant to quickly obtain the blood ant eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he followed the river to see if he could find any blood ants. Splash! Soon, a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced on Lu Ming. This blood ant was bigger than the previous one. There were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was delighted. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the blood ant. With this, Lu Ming had 3 blood ant eggs. My luck is not bad. I have just entered and I have already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. If I get 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refining pill. Thinking of the blood refining pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to walk along the river. Rustle! Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he rushed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the mound. There was a cave in the mound and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was about to rush out. Not far away, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 7 figures were rushing toward him. Ant nest, it's an ant nest. Ha, we are so lucky. We just entered and we already found an ant nest. A loud laugh was heard. People from the Shifang sword sect. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Tianyun. The 7 disciples of the Shifang sword sect also saw Lu Ming and their faces changed slightly. Good, we are so lucky. Not only did we find an ant nest, but we also met Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Qiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 youths lit up. Lucky? The sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the 7 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. 6th level martial master. The 7 of them were all in the 6th level martial master realm. 4 of them were at the peak of the 6th level martial master realm. Tianyun, it's your bad luck to meet the 7 swords of the He clan. Today is the day you die. One of the oldest youths sneered. Although Lu Ming had shown great strength before, they were not afraid and were confident that they could kill Lu Ming. In the Shifang sword sect, they were famous geniuses. The 7 of them were from the same clan and were known as the 7 swords of the He clan. They were good at joint attacks. When the 7 of them worked together, not many in the 6th level martial master realm could defeat them. In the Shifang sword sect, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, no other 6th level martial master was a match for the 7 of them. Therefore, they were confident. Shifang sword sect, this time, I'll start with you guys. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You are still so arrogant when you are about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang clang, 7 sounds of swords could be heard. 7 people and 7 long swords set up an impenetrable sword net and charged toward Lu Ming. Landslide. The long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Dong! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear collided with the sword net, the strong power of the long spear disappeared without a trace. It barely repelled the sword net, but it did not disperse. What a wonderful joint attack! Lu Ming's heart moved. In the last month in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level martial master realm. Given the thickness of Lu Ming's vital energy and his cultivation level as a 5th level martial master, the power of a casual spear sweep was extremely terrifying. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level martial master realm would be whipped to death by the spear. Even an 8th level martial master warrior would be seriously injured. However, it was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, your attack is useless against us. Die! One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi chi, the sword auras flashed and densely packed sword auras charged toward Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his true chi increased by 2 points. Boom! This spear was stronger than the previous one. When it hit the sword net, it made the sword net tremble violently. What's going on? How can he have such a strong power? Is this still the power of someone below the 7th level martial master realm? The He clan's 7 swords were shocked. Attack with all your strength and kill him. Kill! The 7 people's bloodline erupted. All of them had 5th level bloodline. The eruption of their bloodline greatly increased their battle strength. Go to hell! The He clan's 7 swords roared. Really? You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura like a volcano. Chapter 223. The power of fire erupted and the aura soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. The He clan's 7 swords' faces changed greatly. Power, this is power, the power of fire. What a terrifying power of fire. What level of fire is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords roared one after another, their faces full of horror. Boom! Lu Ming held a long spear in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind like a fire god. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly yelled, and a terrifying spear gleam burst forth. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords collapsed in an instant like paper. Not good, retreat! One of the He clan's 7 swords roared. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Chi. Then, several spear lights shot out. A few screams sounded. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light. Run, run! The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits and desperately ran away. The 3 of them scattered and fled. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and seemed to be traveling in the air. He caught up with one person in an instant. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. The young man roared and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. However, facing Lu Ming, who used the power of fire, he was too weak and was directly killed by the spear. Then, he chased after the other 2. Tianyun, you will die a horrible death. My Shifang sword sect will not let you go. You will die without a burial place. In the end, there was no suspense. The remaining 2 were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only desperate roars. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. His figure flashed and devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. The blood essence of a 6th level Martial Master Realm martial artist was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to completely refine it. Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming charged towards the ant nest. Chi. Suddenly, a few blood ants pounced on Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming and the eggs were taken away. However, more blood ants crawled out of the nest. There were more than a dozen of them. There were a few of them 2nd level of the 3rd level. Instead of being shocked, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He charged toward the blood ants. Before long, Lu Ming had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, the blood ant eggs in Lu Ming's hands could be exchanged for 4 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming was very excited. He charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in this ant nest was not as many as expected. There were only slightly more than 50 blood ants. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed all of them. Ha, my luck is not bad. Lu Ming laughed. He left the ant nest and continued his search. This small plain was very large. It was even larger than the small plain left behind by the Dongi ancestors that Lu Ming had entered before. Lu Ming searched 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plain. He did not even encounter many other people. Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out in the next 2 days. He did not even encounter many blood ants, let alone ant nests. In 2 days, he had only obtained 18 eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plain is the nest of the blood ants. There is a mother ant inside. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs, all of which were shed by the blood ants. However, that place is very dangerous. Many experts die there every time. If I don't get much in the next few days, I will go to the nest of the blood ants. Lu Ming thought to himself as he continued to search for blood ants. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped. He smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of spiritual herbs. There are spiritual herbs nearby. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. The blood ant arcane realm was a small plain that had just been born. Although it was not very stable, it was very easy to nurture rare treasures. It was like the birth of heaven and earth. It was the easiest place to nurture treasures. Once a spiritual herb was nurtured in such an environment, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched. He memorized it, found the right direction, and sped off. Soon, he saw a few figures in front of him. They were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were from the Decimo Sword sect. It seems that this spiritual herb is not to be underestimated. It has attracted many people. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sped forward. A wide lake appeared in front of him. The lake was very large. It was at least 1,000 meters wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly surprised that there were so many people here. Then, Lu Ming looked at the lake. There was a spiritual herb in the middle of the lake. It was a jade-green spiritual herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear, as if they were polished from green jade. There was a spiritual fruit in the middle of the 9 leaves. The spiritual fruit looked like a dragon. It was vivid and lifelike. Spiritual dragon fruit. This is the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a strong light. The spiritual dragon fruit was an extremely rare spiritual herb. It was rare in the world. Legend had it that if a martial grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even if a martial ancestor martial artist swallowed it, there was a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effect was extremely shocking. But to Lu Ming, this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the help the spiritual dragon fruit provided to the true dragon battling technique. Now, Lu Ming's true dragon battling technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level for a long time. But to cultivate to the 4th level, he would need 6 precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It did not mean that he had to have these 6 materials. There were some very precious natural treasures that could replace 6. The spiritual dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single spiritual dragon fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th level of the true dragon battling technique. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's true qi would be 5 times stronger than ordinary true qi. Lu Ming's battle strength would definitely increase exponentially. I must get the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the spiritual dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the spiritual dragon fruit. In the light, he could vaguely see a small dragon dancing. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance was constantly emitted, stirring one's nerves. Obviously, the spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe, but it was close to being fully ripe. This was also the reason why so many people had gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe. If it was plucked, its medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. It would not even have 1/10 of the medicinal effect of a fully ripe fruit. It would not be able to break through at all. Tianyun, it's you. Chapter 224. A cold shout came from nearby as a few youths from the Decimo Sword sect noticed him. The voice shook the entire place. More than 50 youths turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming. It's really Tianyun. There are so many of us here and he still dares to appear. Ha, he's courting death. Let's join forces and kill him. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming scanned the area. He was well aware of the situation. There were more than 30 youths from the Decimo Sword sect here. There were also nearly 20 youths from the Star General Hall, including 3 of the top 10 Outer Hall experts. Tianyun, he's mine. A sinister voice came from the Decimo Sword sect. A young man in a blue robe strode out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Senior Brother Shuei-hen. Is Senior Brother Shuei-hen going to take action personally? Tianyun is dead meat. When the young man walked out, there were exclamations from the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this young man was one of the 6 geniuses in the Decimo Sword sect who had comprehended force. Tianyun, you're really blinded by greed. How dare you appear here? You're really courting death. Fine, I'll finish you off and complete one of Elder Chio's tasks. Shui Hen looked at Lu Ming and said calmly. His tone was full of confidence, as if Lu Ming was already a piece of meat in his mouth. A few disciples of the Decimo Sword sect said the same thing to me before, but they're already on their way. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. What? Tianyun, you killed another disciple of the Decimo Sword sect? How dare you? Do you know that you're committing a heinous crime? A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect yelled. Ridiculous. Lu Ming merely uttered 2 words calmly. There were always some people who felt good about themselves, as if they were the only ones who could kill others. If others resisted, they would be committing a heinous crime. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. Tianyun, no matter what. Now that you've met me, you're dead. Lu Shuihen's face turned gloomy as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Force, the force of water. Cut the crap. Like I said before, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming pointed the spear in his hand, his killing intent bursting forth. At this moment, an even more intense fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked. The spirit flood dragon fruit was about to mature. Tianyun, I'll let you live a little longer. I'll kill you after I get the spirit dragon fruit. Lu Shui Hen said coldly. He looked at the Jiaoling fruit with a burning gaze. As long as he obtained the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit, he would be able to use it to break through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the Blood Ant Secret Realm, not even Yang Zaiqian. At that time, how many Blood Ant eggs would he be able to obtain if he killed his way into the Blood Ant's nest? When he thought of this, his heart was burning. Breaking through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm in the Blood Ant Secret Realm would not be rejected. People of the Star General Hall, if you dare to attack, I won't let any of you out. Lu Shui Hen looked coldly at the people of the Star General Hall. Lu Shui Hen, the Blood Ant Secret Realm is not yours. Everyone has a share. A young man from the Star General Hall said. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall. As long as he obtained the Spirit Dragon Fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shifang Sword faction. Therefore, he was very strong and didn't want to back down. You're courting death. Wait until I obtain the Spirit Dragon Fruit and break through to the next level. I'll kill all these trash from the Star General Hall. Lu Shui Hen's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Roar. Suddenly, the Spirit Dragon Fruit let out a dragon's roar. The Spirit Dragon Fruit shone brightly and a burst of medicinal fragrance spread throughout the area. After a few breaths, the brilliance dimmed, and the medicinal fragrance also faded, becoming more restrained. The Spirit Dragon Fruit had ripened. The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shuihen roared and leaped out like an arrow, shooting towards the Spirit Dragon Fruit at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The people of the Star General Hall and the Shifang Sword faction also rushed toward the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Get out of my way! Lu Shuihen roared and punched out. The surface of the lake exploded and pillars of water formed and shot toward the people of the Star General Hall. Damn it! The experts of the Star General Hall joined forces and blocked the water pillars. However, their bodies were hindered and they fell toward the lake. They stepped on the surface of the lake and stopped themselves. However, Lu Shuihen had already run a long distance. Trash like you want to stop me? The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shuihen sneered in his heart. However, he was stunned in the next moment. A figure stepped on the void and leaped over his head, heading straight for the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Tianyun, stop right there. You're courting death. Lu Shuihen roared. He stepped on the surface of the water and dashed forward at high speed. At the same time, he waved his palms and the nearby lake water was driven by him. It condensed into water swords and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look and swept out with his spear. Bam! Bam! There was a loud explosion. The water swords were not scattered, but Lu Ming's body was affected by a huge force and fell down. The force of water is indeed amazing, especially on the surface of the lake. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ha, Lu Ming, you haven't comprehended the force. You're still trash. Today, you're dead. Lu Shuai-hen laughed and a battle sword that looked like autumn water appeared in his hand. He waved the battle sword and the lake water formed pillars of water that blasted toward Lu Ming together with the sword chi. What's so great about comprehending the force? There was a cold smile on Lu Ming's lips as he spoke faintly. What's so great about it? Ha, you're just jealous, right? Lu Shuai-hen's voice stopped as he spoke. Because at this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a light and sharp chi. Force, the force of wind. Buzz! Lu Ming's spear shook and a gust of wind whistled out. The spear swept out and a tornado appeared on the surface of the lake. Bam! Bam! Lu Shuai-hen's water pillars were instantly scattered and the powerful force of the spear blasted toward Lu Shuai-hen. Lu Shuai-hen exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword, which clashed with Lu Ming's spear. Bam! Lu Shuai-hen's body was directly sent flying and hit the surface of the lake, causing a large splash. Lu Shuai-hen was directly blasted into the lake. Behind him, the other disciples of 10 Directions Sword Sect and Star General Hall all gasped and widened their eyes. For a moment, their bodies slowed down. Splash! The lake water splashed and Lu Shuai-hen rushed out of the lake and shouted in disbelief, "Force of wind has reached minor accomplishment." How can you cultivate force of wind to minor accomplishment? He could feel that Lu Ming's force of wind had reached minor accomplishment and its power was shocking. As for his water force, it was only at the entry level. It was unknown how far away it was from minor accomplishment. Isn't it just force? What's so great about it that you have to talk about it all the time? Chapter 225. During the 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's wind force had been improving at a rapid pace. Just a few days before entering the Blood Ant's secret realm, his wind force had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. There was a huge difference between someone who had reached initial success in force and someone who had yet to reach initial success. Lu Shuai-hen's face was flushed red. Previously, he had been arrogant and looked down on Lu Ming because he had comprehended force. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had slapped him hard in the face with an even stronger force. The thing that he was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. This was a serious blow to his confidence. Kill! Let's kill him together! Lu Shuai-hen roared in anger. He must kill Lu Ming. Kill! More than 30 disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect roared as they ran on the lake toward Lu Ming. It was not difficult for martial artists above the 3rd level of the Martial Master realm to walk on the water. More than 30 people attacked together and their power was terrifying. Suddenly, the lake's surface was turbulent and the waves swept over like a tsunami. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shook the demon-banishing spear. Suddenly, chi, dozens of spear radiances shot out. Under the support of the wind force, these spear radiances were shockingly fast and had terrifying penetrative power. Blood splattered and screams were heard. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect were assassinated. Blood dyed the lake red. Kill! Lu Ming stepped on the void and rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No one could stop him as he reaped the lives of the disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect. Not far away, the disciples of the General Hall stopped and looked at this scene with pale faces. This Tian Yun is too ruthless, isn't he? He really dares to kill the disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect. Ruthless. This is a real ruthless person. The Star General Hall student's throat trembled as he cried out in shock. Lu Shuihan's face was also pale as he shouted, "Kill! Kill him!" However, he quickly ran toward the spirit dragon fruit. "Lu Shuihan, you're despicable!" A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect roared. In the same sect, there was a lot of competition. Of course, it was impossible for them to be so united. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was the first to slip away. He wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the flood dragon spirit fruit. Naturally, they wouldn't allow that. "Let's go, we're going to fight for the spirit dragon fruit too. The spirit dragon fruit is mine." The remaining 10 Directions Sword sect disciples immediately abandoned Lu Ming and ran toward the spirit flood dragon fruit. "Do you think it's that easy to come and go as you please?" Lu Ming sneered. His figure swooped down like a goshawk. He pulled out his long spear. 2 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School screamed as they were killed on the lake. The others were horrified. Lu Ming tapped his foot on the surface of the lake and chased after Lu Shuihan. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was already close to the spirit dragon fruit. "Ha ha ha, the flood dragon spirit fruit is mine. As long as I pluck it, hide at the bottom of the lake, and refine it, Tianyun will die." Lu Shuihan's eyes flickered with a sinister light, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in them. He reached out his hand, and his true chi gushed out as he was about to pluck the spirit dragon fruit. Splash! At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly surged. A giant claw covered with sharp spikes reached out from the lake and grabbed at Lu Shuihan. "What the hell is this?" Lu Shuihan's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his battle sword and hit the giant claw. Sparks flew everywhere, but he was sent flying by the giant claw. "Damn it!" Lu Shuihan roared. Seeing the fat meat in his mouth disappear, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Splash! The surface of the lake surged as another giant claw came out. 2 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were caught off guard and were smashed into meat patties. Since then, only a dozen disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were left. It was a heavy loss. Whoosh! The lake surged, and the thing under the lake was finally revealed. It was a monster that was dozens of meters long. Its body was covered with spikes, and its mouth was long and pointy. "Anteater? Could it be an anteater?" Someone shouted. This guy looked very similar to an anteater. It was very possible. The blood ant secret realm bred a large number of blood ants. It was normal for anteaters that fed on blood ants to be born. However, the size of this anteater was a little too big. The anteater appeared and let out a sharp cry. It moved the lake and pounced at Lu Shuihan and the others. The shocking thing was that at this moment, behind Lu Ming and the group, the lake water was surging and another anteater had appeared. The 2 anteaters surrounded Lu Ming and the group and charged toward them. Chi! A dozen spikes shot out from the anteater's body. The spikes pierced through the air and let out a terrifying whistling sound. One of the spikes shot at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and knocked the spike away. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The anteater's strength was extremely shocking. This is at least a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. Lu Ming judged. He could knock away the anteater's spikes, but the others were not so lucky. Screams rose and fell. 12 people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Directions Sword sect were killed in an instant. Blood dyed the lake. Go quickly. The remaining people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Directions Sword sect turned pale with fright. They no longer cared about the spirit dragon fruit and desperately ran to the shore. However, how could 2 powerful demonic beasts that were equivalent to a martial Grandmaster realm cultivator escape so easily? A few more corpses were left. In the end, only 8 people from both sides managed to escape to the shore. Once they reached the shore, the anteaters stopped chasing. However, there was an exception, and that was Lu Ming. He did not rush to the shore, but to the spirit dragon fruit. He rushed towards the fruit. The two anteaters became even more violent. They screamed and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Giant claws covered with spikes kept clawing at Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming used the high air steps to the extreme. His whole body seemed to be weightless and constantly flashed. One moment on the lake, the next in the air. Although the two anteaters tried their best to stop Lu Ming, they still could not stop him. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the water below the spirit dragon fruit. He grabbed the spirit dragon fruit and plucked it off. This figure was actually Shui Hen. He did not rush to the shore but took the opportunity to dive into the water. With his cultivation method and the power of water, he had a great advantage underwater. Ha ha ha, the spirit dragon fruit is mine. Shui Hen laughed wildly in his heart and revealed an excited expression. With a thought, he put the spirit dragon fruit into his storage ring. Just as he was about to dive into the water to escape, more than a dozen sharp spear lights stabbed at him. You want to take the spirit dragon fruit? In your dreams. Lu Ming sneered. His body flashed and approached Shui Hen. Tianyun, damn you! Shui Hen roared. The two anteaters were furious that the spirit dragon fruit had been plucked. They twisted their bodies and shot out dozens of spikes. Shui Hen was about to dive into the water. However, at this moment, a tail covered with spikes pulled out from below him. It was the tail of an anteater. Tianyun, get lost. Chapter 226. Although Lu Shui Hen was powerful, he was no match for Lu Ming. The sword of water that he had formed and the sword chi was shattered by Lu Ming's spear. PFFF, Lu Shui Hen's body was bleeding profusely from several wounds. Lu Shui Hen screamed and tried his best to avoid the anteater's attack. However, Lu Ming's spear reached him in an instant. Bang! Lu Shui Hen was sent flying like a rubber ball, leaving a trail of blood on the surface of the lake. He let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had almost exploded, and one of his arms had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming chased after Lu Shui Hen with murderous intent in his eyes. No, Tianyun, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of Shifang sword sect. You won't have a good ending if you kill me. Lu Shui Hen screamed in fear. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and unmoved. Lu Shui Hen lost all hope and shouted, Tianyun, let me go. Please let me go. If you want the spirit dragon fruit, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The spirit dragon fruit will be mine after I kill you. Lu Ming's voice was indifferent. His spear turned into a flash of lightning and shot out. No, Lu Shui Hen screamed, but his throat was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Shui Hen was dead. Lu Ming's true chi surged out and sucked Lu Shui Hen's storage ring into the Temple of Paragon. Of course, Lu Shui Hen's blood essence was also devoured. At this moment, the two anteaters also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the two anteaters and running towards the shore. Oh no, run! On the shore, the remaining disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect turned pale with fright and turned to run. Lu Shui Hen was killed. If they stayed, they would be courting death. Run! There were a few disciples of the Hall of General and some of them were even among the top 10 disciples of the Outer Hall. However, they looked at Lu Ming in fear and did not dare to stay. They turned and ran away. They were afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy and kill them too. Lu Ming walked on the waves. No matter how hard the two anteaters tried to attack him, they couldn't even touch a single hair on his body. It's a pity that there are two of them. If there was only one, I would want to fight. Lu Ming muttered. With his current combat strength, he really wanted to fight it. However, there were two of them. Forget it, it would be a waste of time. Lu Ming leaped across the surface of the lake and collected all the dead disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect and the Star Hall students' rings of holding. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. I don't want to play with you anymore. After plundering everything, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. His figure soared into the sky like a gust of wind, reaching a height of over 100 meters. He stepped on the air and came to the shore. The two anteaters screamed, but in the end, they didn't chase after him. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. After 50 miles, he stopped and clenched his fist, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. That storage ring belonged to Lu Shuihen. Lu Ming couldn't wait to look at it. Sure enough, the spirit dragon fruit was lying quietly in the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the spirit dragon fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming took a whiff and felt that the true qi in his body seemed to have sped up. What a strong medicinal effect! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swallowed the spirit dragon fruit and began to refine it. The spirit dragon fruit's energy was extremely terrifying. Once it entered his mouth, it turned into a huge amount of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Lu Ming activated the true dragon of war and refined it with all his might. Lu Ming tried to break through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war with all his might. Originally, breaking through to the 4th level required a total of 6 extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, as well as dozens of supplementary materials. However, that was no longer necessary. One spirit dragon fruit was enough. As the spirit dragon fruit was refined, the true dragon of war's true qi continued to condense and become stronger. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body shook and he opened his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Fortunately, he was in the Temple of Paragon. If he was outside, his roar would have spread across dozens of miles. I have broken through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war. Lu Ming slowly raised his right hand and gently clenched it. The air in his palm was caught by Lu Ming and crackling sounds could be heard. The density of my true qi is 5 times that of an ordinary martial artist. It's so strong. Feeling the surging true qi in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, let's see what I've gained. Lu Ming took out a pile of storage rings and counted them. There were a total of 42 rings. These were all storage rings left behind by geniuses above the martial master realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to the items inside. He opened them one by one and counted them. Finally, he categorized them and piled them up in front of Lu Ming. There was a small pile of various spiritual herbs, but most of them were not of a high grade. All kinds of spiritual pills were stored in jade bottles, piled up in a huge pile. They were definitely worth a fortune. There were also various ores, materials from demonic beasts, spiritual weapons, etc. Lu Ming categorized them. There were also stacks of banknotes, which added up to a few 100 million taels. This was a huge sum. Even if it was converted into spiritual crystals, it would be worth tens of thousands. What surprised Lu Ming the most were not these, but the spiritual crystals and blood ant eggs. There were more than 80,000 spiritual crystals, which filled up several large boxes. There were also 536 blood ant eggs. This was much more than what Lu Ming had obtained in the past few days. Ha, these resources are enough for me to use for a period of time. On the 3rd platform, I will need more spiritual crystals as my cultivation increases. I don't have to worry about it for the time being. Lu Ming laughed heartily. When Lu Ming was at the 1st level of the martial master realm, he needed 9 spirit crystals to condense a figure with the same combat ability as him on the 3rd platform. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he needed more spiritual crystals. For the 2nd layer of the martial master realm, he needed 18 spiritual crystals. For the 3rd layer of the martial master realm, he needed 36 spiritual crystals. Now that Lu Ming was in the 5th layer of the martial master realm, he needed 144 spiritual crystals each time. This was too extravagant. One time, for 6 hours, he needed 144 spiritual crystals. As his cultivation increased, he would need even more. How could an ordinary person afford it? In the past few months, Lu Ming had used a few thousand spiritual crystals just to condense the spiritual crystals to fight with him. Without this replenishment, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to last long with the spiritual crystals he had. It's better to rob others. Resources come quickly. It's much faster than working hard to obtain them. Lu Ming sighed. Rob others? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right, rob. Since the Shifang sword sect wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Ha, good, let's do it. I'll wait for them at the blood ant nest. Chapter 227. 3 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate plain. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. In the middle of the plain, there was a large pit with a radius of more than 100 meters. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could see that the pit was filled with caves. Occasionally, one could see a few blood ants crawling in and out. This was the blood ant's nest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the pit, waiting for the others to arrive. Only 3 days had passed. There were still 7 days before the blood ant's secret realm closed. Lu Ming cultivated while waiting. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, not a single person came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew very well that in the first 7 to 8 days, everyone would be in other places, looking for opportunities and hunting blood ants. They would only rush to the blood ant's nest in the last 2 days to try their luck. In a swamp, corpses of blood ants were lying on the ground. The eggs in their abdomens had all disappeared. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. With a light shout, a young man with a cold and arrogant expression rushed out of the swamp and towards the blood ant's nest. Behind him were more than 10 young men. In a mountain peak, a long howl could be heard. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. Soon after, more than 10 figures leaped towards the blood ant's nest. In a large valley, more than 10 students from the general hall were surrounded by more than 30 disciples from the Decimo Sword faction. Decimo Sword faction, must you be so ruthless? A student from the general hall shouted in despair. Nonsense, I already said that if we meet you from the general hall, we will kill without mercy. Kill. More than 30 young experts from the Decimo Sword faction surrounded and killed more than 10 students from the general hall. There was no suspense at all. Not long after, more than 10 corpses appeared in the valley. What bullshit general hall. Just a bunch of mobs. It's a pity that we didn't meet that Tianyun. Otherwise, we could have received Elder Chiu Wuji's reward. A young man with a majestic figure sneered. Senior brother Gao, that Tianyun is lucky. If he were to meet you, he would definitely be trampled under your feet within 10 moves. I wonder which senior brother would be so lucky to meet Tianyun. Yes. However, in my opinion, that Tianyun must have found a place to hide. As long as he hides until the secret realm closes and rushes out at the last moment, he will be safe. It's safe. Even if he didn't die in the blood ant mystic realm, we can still kill him when we get out. At the side, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect flattered him. Senior brother Gao laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. After a while, he said, all right, that Tianyun is quite capable. Even if I encounter him, it will take me some effort. It will take me at least a dozen moves. Let's set off now and go to the blood ant's nest. There are great opportunities there. Go. Then, they also headed towards the blood ant nest. In a mountain forest, a shocking sword chi swept across. More than a dozen huge blood ants were cut in half by a single sword chi. Among them, there was even a class 3 LV7 blood ant. A figure appeared. It was Yang Zaijian. His eyes were like lightning and his aura was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a large string of blood ant eggs flew into his hand. After so many days, my cultivation has finally broken through. Now, it's time to go to the blood ant nest. I will empty the nest and obtain a large number of blood refining pills to accumulate blood chi. In the future, I will definitely awaken the king bloodline and trample the 6 heroes of the burning sun under my feet. Yang Zitian's eyes were full of arrogance and confidence. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the blood ant nest. Beside the blood ant nest, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. In the distance, more than a dozen figures were rushing towards him. Finally, someone is here. Lu Ming's face broke into a smile. There were a total of 12 people. At first glance, he could tell that they were disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. In a short while, the 12 of them approached the blood ant nest. That is Tianyun. When the 12 of them saw Tianyun, their faces changed slightly and they stopped. They did not approach him. Instead, they were a little wary. Among them, there were no strong experts. And they had seen Lu Ming's combat strength. They were no match for him. Tianyun, it turns out that you have been hiding here these days. You really know how to choose a place. No wonder so many disciples of the Decimo Sword sect could not find you. A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect shouted. Hiding here? Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. You can say that. Well, cut the crap. Now, hand over your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were stunned. Nonsense. Don't you understand human language? I'm robbing you. Hand over your storage rings and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Tianyun, how dare you? We didn't find trouble with you. You actually want to rob our storage rings. Outrageous. The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were in disbelief. Could it be that Lu Ming was waiting here just to rob them? How dare he do that? Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly attacked. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving above the 12 people. The demon-suppressing spear shook and turned into 12 spear shadows, blasting towards the 12 people. Tianyun, don't think that we are afraid of you. Let's kill him together. The 12 people roared and attacked together. 12 attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! There was a roar and the earth exploded. The 12 people screamed. Half of their bodies were blown into the ground. They vomited blood and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Although there were no top geniuses among the 12 of them who comprehended force, they were not ordinary martial artists. However, the 12 of them were as weak as babies in the hands of Lu Ming. They could not resist at all. With just one move, they were blasted half to death. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial master realm. The true dragon battle art had broken through to the 4th level. Coupled with the demon-suppressing spear's weight of more than 10,000 kilograms, the power of a casual spear strike was astonishing. It was not something that ordinary people could block. What about now? Are you going to hand over your storage rings or not? Lu Ming looked down at the 12 youths of the Decimo Sword sect. Yes, we will hand them over. The 12 youths shouted and took off the storage rings in their hands and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put them away with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Get lost." The 12 people struggled out of the ground as if they had been pardoned and staggered into the distance. Lu Ming did not really want to kill all the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. If necessary, he could kill a small part of them as a deterrent. If he really killed all the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect, the higher-ups of the Decimo Sword sect would probably go crazy and kill him at all costs. This was not what Lu Ming wanted now. After all, he still did not have the strength to fight against the entire Decimo Sword sect. After putting away the 12 storage rings, Lu Ming was about to continue sitting cross-legged. In another direction, 2 figures came over at an extremely fast speed. It's really a case of searching high and low, only to find it by chance. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Chapter 228. At this moment, Bai Qi and the green-robed young man were smiling. During this period of time, they had worked together to secretly hunt the blood ants. In addition, both of them were originally the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall, so they had a good harvest. During this period, they even came across an ant nest which they cleared. Moreover, as long as they encountered the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction, regardless of their strength, they would stay far away. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger. Ha! The blood ant eggs this time are enough to exchange for a lot of blood refining pills. In the future, we will definitely awaken a powerful second bloodline. At that time, the Star General Hall will belong to the two of us. The green-robed young man laughed. That's right. That Tianyun actually wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to challenge all the experts of 10 Directions Sword sect. I reckon that he would have been killed by the disciples of 10 Directions Sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes revealed a sinister look. We're almost at the blood ant nest. Let's observe secretly and wait for the others to make a move. We'll wait for the opportunity to collect some blood ant eggs. There's someone in front. As the green-robed young man spoke, he was suddenly stunned and looked ahead. There's someone. Bai Qi also looked over. With one glance, his face changed drastically and he almost wet himself. Tianyun, why aren't you dead yet? Bai Qi let out a sharp scream. How can I die when you're not dead yet? Lu Ming stood up and looked coldly at Bai Qi. Go quickly. Bai Qi's body began to tremble. He let out a low growl and ran back. The green-robed young man's reaction was even faster than Bai Qi's. He had already turned around and ran away. Bai Qi, I've said that I will kill you. Do you think you can run away? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stepped out and chased after Bai Qi like the wind. Ah! Bai Qi screamed. He felt his legs and stomach trembling. His body was cold and he ran forward with all his strength. Wait for me. Bai Qi shouted. The green-robed young man was running in front of him and was faster than him. Why would the green-robed youth care about him? Outside the blood ant mystic realm, he had also targeted Lu Ming. Now, he was scared to death, so how could he stop? Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. He felt as if the Grim Reaper was approaching him. Escape! I must escape! I can't die! Bai Qi roared. However, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly rushed over from afar. They were all disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. His speed seemed to have increased as he ran towards the 10 Directions Sword sect with all his might. He shouted, Brothers of the 10 Directions Sword sect, Tianyun is here, Tianyun is here, he killed your disciples. Regardless of whether Lu Ming had killed him or not, he had to say that Lu Ming had killed him. Only then would he be able to escape. Tianyun. There were more than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect in front, led by senior brother Gao. At this moment, he was stunned. Then, he revealed a cold murderous intent and shouted, It's Tianyun, ha ha ha, I finally met him. Immediately, he rushed towards Lu Ming. Ha, senior brother Gao is so lucky. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect laughed and followed. When Lu Ming saw the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect, he was not shocked but happy. He was not in a hurry to chase after Bai Qi and walked forward slowly. Swish! Swish! In a flash, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect surrounded Lu Ming. Huff! Bai Qi was overjoyed and let out a long breath. Kid, although you are from the Star General Hall, since Tianyun wants to kill you, I have to protect you. Stand still. Senior brother Gao glanced at Bai Qi and ordered. Yes, yes. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, but he was laughing in his heart. Tianyun, the heavens didn't kill me. Now, the one who will die is you. Senior brother Gao stopped looking at Bai Qi and looked at Lu Ming with cold murderous intent. Tian Yun, you have been hiding from me for so many days. In the end, you will die in my hands. Remember my name, I am Gao Tianque. Gao Tianque, right? Very well, now, I announce that this is a robbery. Hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming curled his lips. What? What did you say? Robbery? Gao Tianque shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Nonsense, hand over your storage rings, or you will stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, Tian Yun, I think you are crazy. Now, I will wake you up. Gao Tianque laughed. Dong. Then, he took a step forward and the earth rumbled. A strong and heavy aura was emitted from Gao Tianque's body, like a mountain standing there. The aura of a mountain. Go to hell. A huge sword appeared in Gao Tianque's hands. He took big strides and charged toward Lu Ming. It was as though a huge mountain was crashing toward Lu Ming. Tian Yun is dead. Some disciples of Shifang sword sect sneered. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Boom! A scorching and explosive aura rose from Lu Ming's body. The scorching aura rolled out, and the temperature within 100 meters rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his spear. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing into a huge mountain. The mountain shattered with a bang. Gao Tianque screamed and his body flew out like a rubber ball. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Senior brother Gao lost. He was defeated in one move. How is this possible? The disciples of Shifang sword sect said in a daze. Not far away, Bai Qi's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was full of disbelief. He roared in his heart, the aura of fire, impossible, impossible. He found it hard to accept. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the aura on his body burst out, pressing toward the disciples of Shifang sword sect. Oh no, let's attack together. The disciples of Shifang sword sect shouted. Landslide. Lu Ming whispered, and the demon-suppressing spear shone, condensing a giant spear as thick as a water tank and as long as 100 meters. The giant spear pressed down, and a terrifying shock wave blasted downward and exploded in all directions. Screams and roars sounded. The disciples of Shifang sword sect were like rubber balls, and they were sent flying and fell everywhere. Only 2 people were still standing there. Bai Qi and the young man in green robe. At this time, Bai Qi's face was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were full of horror. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? He kept muttering under his breath. It was simply unbelievable. Originally, when he met the disciples of Shifang sword sect, he was ecstatic and thought that he was saved. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure and couldn't kill him at all. However, he never dreamed that more than 30 disciples of Shifang sword sect, including a peerless genius who comprehended aura, would be defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. How could this be? Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming walked toward Bai Qi step by step with a teasing smile on his face. No, don't kill me. Bai Qi shouted, unable to summon the courage to resist. Don't kill you. Ha, you're really naive. Tell me, if you can give me a reason not to kill you, I won't kill you. Chapter 229. Bai Qi could only say the word, I, and could not continue. Previously, outside the Blood Ant's secret realm, he had repeatedly targeted Lu Ming and purposely pushed the blame to Lu Ming for the 10 Direction Sword faction's intention to kill the Star General Hall's disciples. This caused the Star General Hall's disciples to reveal the truth to Lu Ming. Just now, he had instigated the 10 Direction Sword faction disciples to kill Lu Ming. Was there a reason why Lu Ming did not kill him? He could not think of any reason. Seems like there isn't. Then die. Lu Ming said coldly. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, Bai Qi knelt down and cried out, Tianyun, please spare my dog life. I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. I will be your slave from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do. Be my slave. Are you worthy? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed down on Bai Qi and the green-robed youth. Bai Qi felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him and it became difficult for him to breathe. Ah, it's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, the green-robed youth roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. He wanted to trade his life for a chance of survival. But how was that possible? Swoosh! The dazzling spear pierced through the air and pierced through the green-robed youth's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere and red and white substances splattered all over Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi screamed in horror. At this moment, he felt hopeless and helpless. The green-robed youth was stronger than him, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He did not even have the courage to resist. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Bai Qi screamed hysterically. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not someone he could afford to offend. It's all Bai Long's fault. It's all his fault. Why did he have to offend this demon? It's all his fault. Bai Qi screamed in his heart. He blamed everything on Bai Long. If it wasn't for Bai Long, how would he have offended Lu Ming? You're really a piece of trash. You've dirtied my hands. Lu Ming muttered. Yes, killing me will dirty your hands. Yes, you're right. Bai Qi seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw and shouted loudly. However, I won't feel at ease if I don't kill you. Lu Ming whispered again. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his voice. Don't. Just as Bai Qi was about to shout, a spear light flashed and disappeared, sinking into Bai Qi's glabella. Bai Qi was dead. Now, it's time for you to hand over your storage rings, right? Lu Ming glanced at the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were horrified. They had just witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength and ruthless means. However, they were disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. They were usually high and mighty. Now, they had to hand over their storage rings. This was simply a great humiliation. Tianyun, Decimo Sword Sect will not let you go if you do this. Someone shouted. It seems that you don't want to hand it over. Then I'll take it myself. Lu Ming sneered. His figure flickered like a ghost. The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect had been seriously injured by Lu Ming just now. They had no strength to resist and their storage rings were taken by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed and threw the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect one by one. They fell heavily to the ground. Then, the second one was stacked higher and higher like a human pyramid. The last one was Gao Tianque. Lu Ming took off his storage ring and kicked him out. Gao Tianque flew high into the air, stacking on top of more than 30 Shifang Sword Sect disciples. More than 30 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were stacked more than 10 meters high. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the highest point. He stepped on Gao Tianque's body and waited. More than 30 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect roared, but it was no use. After a while, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, they're here. Lu Ming whispered. In the distance, many figures were leaping and coming here at an extremely fast speed. There were more than 200 people. Decimo Sword Sect hurried the remaining people of Star Hall to this place. In the blood ant nest. The silhouette flickered, and soon, he arrived in the vicinity. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. That's our senior brothers of Decimo Sword Sect. Damn it, how could they be defeated by Tianyun? Damn it, Tianyun actually did this to them. He deserves to die. There were close to 200 disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect who witnessed this scene. Their eyes turned red and they exuded a cold murderous intent. All of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In another direction, more than 20 disciples of Star General Hall were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Tianyun is too domineering, isn't he? Domineering, I think he's courting death. We'd better stay away from him. The disciples of Star General Hall discussed animatedly. Brother Tianyun. Myeongchang was also among them. At this moment, he shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Ming, stay away from me and watch the show. Lu Ming smiled at Myeongchang and waved his hand. Myeongchang couldn't help but stop. It seemed that Lu Ming's words had some kind of magical power that he couldn't refuse. Even he didn't realize it. Tianyun, why aren't you moving your smelly feet? Let go of my 10 Directions Sword Faction's senior brothers. Speak, what despicable means did you use to sneak attack the experts of Decimo Sword Sect? Damn it, your behavior will not be enough even if you die 10,000 times. Do you know that? The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect continued to shout. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After shouting for a while, he slowly stopped. I asked them to hand over their storage rings, but they refused. That's why they ended up like this. Now, hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you'll also end up like them. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice spread throughout the place. What? The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were stunned. The disciples of Star General Hall were also stunned. Tianyun was robbing the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. Crazy, crazy, Tianyun is crazy. Everyone shouted in their hearts. Tianyun actually wanted to rob nearly 200 people of Decimo Sword Sect alone. If he wasn't crazy, what was? Tianyu, it seems that you've really gone crazy after hiding for a few days. But no matter what, you're dead today. Among the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect, a tall and thin figure walked out, exuding a powerful aura. Lu Ming recognized that this person was one of the 6 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect who had comprehended the force. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, another 2 young men walked out. Their aura was not weaker than that of the tall and thin young man. The 2 of them had also comprehended the force. The 3 of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent, ready to attack at any time. Don't be careless. This person's battle strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better join forces to kill him. Gao Tianque, who was under Lu Ming's feet, shouted. The expressions of the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect changed. They originally thought that Lu Ming had used some despicable means to injure Gao Tianque and the others, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Was Lu Ming really that strong? Chapter 230. Tianyun is despicable and shameless. He deserves to die. Elder Chiu Wuji wants to kill him. Let's attack together and kill him. The thin and tall youth waved his hand and shouted. Okay, let's attack together. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect roared. Nearly 200 people unsheathed their swords and terrifying sword chi gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. The ground emitted a sizzling sound as sword marks appeared. In the distance, the faces of the people of the Star General Hall changed. The aura of nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect was too shocking. Even a 9th-level martial master expert would have to retreat. Tianyun is too arrogant. He has to reap what he sowed. Someone in the Star General Hall said. Brother Tianyun. Myeongchang roared, extremely worried. Ha ha ha, if you want to attack, then attack. So much nonsense. Let me see if the 10 Directions Sword Sect is all trash. Lu Ming laughed. You're courting death. Attack, kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, more than 50 sword auras soared into the sky, slashing violently toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. More than 50 sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were calm as the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed and his body emitted a light and swift aura. He took a step in the air and suddenly, a string of afterimages appeared in the air. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. More than 50 sword chi slashed at the afterimages. None of them hit the real Lu Ming. Wind force, it's the wind force. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. So he has comprehended the wind force. No wonder he's so arrogant. Everyone, attack together and block all his escape routes. Even if he has comprehended the wind force, he will still die. The thin and tall youth roared. However, no one noticed that the 30 people who were stacked up by Lu Ming had their eyes wide open in shock. Wind force? Just now, Lu Ming attacked them, he clearly used the power of fire. Now, he actually used the power of wind? Could it be that he had comprehended 2 types of force? They found it inconceivable. A martial grand master at such a young age actually comprehended 2 forces. What kind of demonic genius was this? Not good. He has not only comprehended the force of wind, but also the force of fire. Gao Tianque roared. What? The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were all stunned. He even comprehended the power of fire? How could this be? Had Gao Tianque been beaten silly? In the martial Grand Master realm, being able to comprehend a force was already a rare genius. They were 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. As for comprehending 2 potentials, how could this be? There aren't many martial ancestor realm martial artists who have comprehended 2 forces, right? Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly, they were sure. However, in the next moment, they felt that they were dumbfounded. Boom! At this time, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from Lu Ming's body like a volcanic eruption. This was another type of power, the power of fire. The eyes of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect almost popped out, and they were tongue-tied. Lu Ming really comprehended 2 forces. How could this be? Kill! At this time, Lu Ming roared like thunder. His body moved, and he rushed towards the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. With the combination of the force of wind and fire, his combat strength skyrocketed. Let's attack together. Even if he has comprehended 2 forces, what can he do? After all, he's only one person. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. Let's attack together. Boom! Boom! Sword chi rose one after another. There were a total of 200 sword chi, which was extremely terrifying. Landslide! Lu Ming roared, holding the spear with both hands, and a huge spear light that was 100 meters long formed. This spear seemed to be real, just like a real long spear. Around the spear light, there were blazing flames and strong winds. The wind helped the fire, causing the flames to burn more vigorously, like a flaming spear. Boom! The huge spear radiance blasted down, containing a terrifying vibrating will. Kill! Kill! Nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect roared, and the dazzling sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. When the spear light and the sword chi collided, there was a violent explosion. Terrifying vibrations rippled outwards in circles, forming a strong gale. The ground seemed to have been plowed, and deep gullies appeared, extending hundreds of meters away. At the center of the spear light and the sword chi, there was a deep pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide. How is Tianyun? He should have been killed, right? In the distance, the people of the Star General Hall looked at the scene filled with smoke and dust and guessed. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, they were stunned. Lu Ming stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. His body emitted a strong battle intent, and he stood straight. What happened? There was not even a trace of a wound. On the other hand, some of the people of the 10 Directions Sword sect, such as the 3rd and 4th level martial master martial artists, had pale faces, and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Not only did Lu Ming not die, but he also had the upper hand. How was this possible? With nearly 200 people working together, even a 9th-level martial artist would have to retreat. Lu Ming actually blocked them and even had the upper hand. This was like a fantasy story. The nearly 200 people of the 10 Directions Sword Sect all stared in disbelief. The geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword Sect are only a so-so. Today, leave your storage rings, or die. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards the people of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Join hands, don't split up. Someone shouted. But it was too late. Lu Ming was like a tiger in a pack of wolves, rushing into the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. With a sweep of his long spear, dozens of people were swept away and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. They could not resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too strong. With the cultivation of a 5th-level martial master, the 4th level of the true dragon battle art, and the force of wind and fire had reached the initial success, his combat strength was terrifying. These young men, who were at the peak of the 6th-level martial master, were no match for Lu Ming at all. Even those young men who had comprehended the force were the same. Bang! Bang! In a few breaths, a large number of disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect fell to the ground. There were more than 100 of them. The people of the Star Commandant Hall were dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. This is a monster, a monster. Myongchang was also stunned and roared in his heart. He thought that he had overestimated Lu Ming as much as possible, but in the end, he realized that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swung it. A large number of disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect fell to the ground with their bones broken. Including a genius who had comprehended the force, he could not escape the fate of having his bones broken. Run! The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted, scared out of their wits. There was no way to resist at all. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A figure stepped on the void and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's senior brother Yang Zitian. Senior brother Yang Zitian is here. We are saved. Chapter 231. The disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect were overjoyed because Yang Zitian had arrived. However, Lu Ming just glanced at them casually and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! One by one, the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect were sent flying. When Yang Zitian arrived, there were only a few who could stand. Yang Zitian looked around with an extremely gloomy face, then looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but who do you think you are? Do you think I should stop just because you asked me to? Lu Ming glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Yang Zitian froze, and his face became even more gloomy. Lu Ming actually dared to ask who he was. Yang Zitian was so angry that he laughed and said, Tianyun, I said before that you're my prey. At that time, I was just casually saying it, but now, you're dead. There's no way you can survive. Do you people of the Shifang Sword Sect have the same trick? You said I'm dead as soon as we met, but you're all lying here. You'll be the same soon. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to these trash. Yang Zitian said. The other disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect had ugly expressions. Yang Zitian said they were trash in public, so of course, they felt uncomfortable. In my eyes, you're similar to them. You're all trash. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How dare you? Yang Zitian shouted angrily, and his killing intent was extremely cold. He, Yang Zitian, had been a genius since he was born. Along the way, he had defeated his peers and was almost invincible. Now, Lu Ming actually said he was trash, which was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Tianyun, you've succeeded. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll break all the bones in your body and feed you to the blood ants. Yang Zetian roared, and the aura on his body burst out. Moreover, it was constantly improving. Soon, he broke through the limit of the peak 6th level Martial Master Realm and entered the 7th level Martial Master Realm. 7th layer Martial Grandmaster. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. 7th level Martial Master. Senior brother Yang Zetian has broken through to the 7th level Martial Master. Tian Yun is dead for sure. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction cried out in ecstasy. Yang Zetian was a peerless genius to begin with, suppressing his peers. With such a breakthrough in cultivation, his battle prowess would also skyrocket. Senior brother Yang Zetian, don't kill Tianyun so easily. I want to torture him. Not bad. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction shouted one after another. Tianyun, I saw it just now. You actually comprehended 2 types of force. It's indeed shocking. But let me tell you, force is about quality, not quantity. Moreover, no matter how much force you have, in front of absolute power, it will collapse. Yang Zetian's eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like a tiger. He took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. You talk too much nonsense. You're just looking for excuses for your incompetence. Lu Ming scolded. I'm incompetent. Ha ha ha, you're courting death. Yang Zetian roared, and the battle sword on his back was unsheathed, and a scorching aura burst out. Force, it was actually the force of fire. I'll show you the true power of fire. Yang Zetian roared, and his figure quickly rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing out with his sword. The force of fire wrapped around the sword chi, and an astonishing power erupted. So, it's the force of fire. Lu Ming muttered. Your force is only superficial, but mine is already at the force of small accomplishment. This is the essence. Yang Zetian roared, and his voice was filled with contempt. Just now, Lu Ming's force didn't erupt with full force. He thought that although Lu Ming had comprehended 2 types of force, it was only superficial. How could Lu Ming fight against him? A frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Yang Zetian was stunned, but in the next moment, his face changed wildly. This was because Lu Ming's aura was rising uncontrollably. First was the force of fire. It instantly reached the force of small accomplishment, and it was still rising. In the end, although it didn't reach the major accomplishment, it was still stronger than Yang Zetian's force. Boom! A spear light shot out and collided with Yang Zetian's sword chi, and both dissipated. How is this possible? How can your force of fire be so strong? What's going on? Yang Zetian roared, he couldn't believe it. Just now, he was still looking down on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had a lot of force but was not proficient. But immediately, he realized that not only did Lu Ming have a lot of force, he was even more proficient than him. It was like he was slapping himself in the face. This is impossible. Then let's continue. Boom! Lu Ming's force rose again. This time, it was the force of wind. All the way up, it was like a hurricane sweeping the sky. In the end, Lu Ming's force of wind also reached the force of small accomplishment. Force of wind has reached the force of small accomplishment. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You're cheating, you're cheating. How can you comprehend 2 types of force to the force of small accomplishment? Yang Zetian no longer had a trace of calmness and shouted hysterically. Even his facial features were distorted. He comprehended force at the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm, which was rare in the Shifang Sword sect. And at the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm, he cultivated the force of fire to the small accomplishment, which was even rarer. He had always been incomparably arrogant, taking the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun as his goal and not putting others in his eyes. But now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's talent was stronger than his by a lot, which made it hard for him to accept. Die, die, this Tianyun must die. In this world, there can't be a genius who surpasses me. Yang Zetian roared in his heart. Kill! Without hesitation, his bloodline erupted and he attacked Lu Ming with all his strength. Die! The sword chi was shocking and incomparably hot. Yang Zitian was definitely a peerless genius. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength, his power was shocking. Even a martial artist of the 8th level of the martial master realm would be killed in one move. A martial artist of the 9th level of the martial master realm would also have to retreat. However, he met Lu Ming. The force of wind and fire combined, turning into a blazing flame spear light that soared into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming and Yang Zitian collided, turning into a terrifying and scorching shockwave that swept in all directions. Not good, retreat. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction roared and frantically retreated without caring about their injuries. The people of the Hall of General in the distance were also shocked and frantically retreated. Boom! The huge shockwave rushed to the ground, blasting a deep hole in the ground. Kill! Kill! Two loud roars sounded as the two figures collided again. Far away, the people of the two sides looked on in shock. They saw two figures emitting scorching auras colliding in the air and on the ground, like two ancient beasts. Boom! Boom! After more than 10 collisions, more than 10 large holes appeared on the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Fortunately, they had been some distance away from the blood ant nest before the battle. Otherwise, the blood ant nest would have collapsed. Even so, the blood ant nest was still disturbed and many blood ants crawled out. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out, and a figure rapidly retreated, being sent flying. It was Yang Zitian. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was no match for Lu Ming. Tianyun, I want you dead. I want to kill you. I want to kill your friends and your family. Chapter 232. Yang Zitian roared crazily, his killing intent seeping out. He was actually injured by Lu Ming, who came from the Star General Hall and was regarded by others as a motley crew. He couldn't accept such a great humiliation. Overflowing heavenly sword. Yang Zitian roared, his aura reaching its peak. A ray of sword light, as if it came from the heavens, appeared out of nowhere. It was incomparably brilliant, floating above Yang Zitian's head. A terrifying boundless sword chi rippled out, the ground under Yang Zitian's feet was stirred up by the sword chi, undulating like water waves. Earth-class sword art. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an Earth-class sword art. Earth-class sword art, overflowing heavenly sword, senior brother Yang Zitian actually mastered the overflowing heavenly sword. What? This is an Earth-class sword art, too terrifying. Tianyun is finished. Once the Earth-class sword art is used, he's dead for sure. Senior brother Yang Zitian is too powerful. This is an Earth-class sword art. The 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples discussed excitedly, some even laughed. They felt that Lu Ming was dead for sure, they could finally vent their anger. As for the Star General Hall's disciples, their faces were filled with shock and dismay. The 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples were too strong, they couldn't compete with them at all. The number 1 genius of the outer hall of the Star General Hall had just comprehended force. Compared to Yang Zitian, the difference was too great. Brother Tianyun. Myungcheng stared ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Tianyun, now do you know the difference between us? Tremble in front of me. Ha ha ha. Yang Zitian laughed crazily. In his mind, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked when he saw him execute the Earth-class sword art, then shock, fear, and finally despair. Thinking of this, he felt very good. Unfortunately, he was only halfway through his enjoyment when he could no longer enjoy himself. Because Lu Ming's expression was calm, indifferent, and even a little disdainful. Yes, disdain. Yang Zitian's anger soared to the sky. His face began to distort as he roared, Tianyun, what's with your expression? What's with your expression? Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Ah, Go to hell. Sword of heaven, kill. Yang Zaijian roared. With a wave of his sword, the sword light floating above his head violently slashed towards Lu Ming. Before the sword arrived, the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped Lu Ming. Earth-grade martial skills, do you think you are the only one who knows them? Lu Ming whispered. True Qi burst out, and with one hand facing the sky, he waved his palm. Human Dao palm. Wang. The space seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the air. The palm print was at least 10 meters in size. Its shape was no different from a human palm, except that it was slightly blurry. However, the strength of its might was extremely shocking. It was as if there was a human Dao King patrolling the sky. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Earth-grade martial skill, another Earth-grade martial skill. How is this possible? How is this possible? The disciples of the Shifang sword faction roared. They could not believe that all this was real. They wished that they were dreaming. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I knew it. This guy is simply a freak. Miangcheng laughed. How is this possible? How can you also cultivate an Earth-grade martial skill? Ah, break. Yang Zaijian roared in disbelief. He controlled the sword light and slashed at the human Dao palm. Boom! The palm print and the sword light collided. Heaven and earth shook violently. Then, there was a sudden explosion where the palm print and the sword light met. Rumble! The earth shook. Under the intersection of the palm print and the sword light, a huge pit that was 100 meters in length and width and more than 20 meters in depth was blasted open. Countless gravel splattered everywhere. Retreat, be careful. The people of the Shifang sword faction and Star General Hall were in chaos. They quickly retreated and waved their weapons to block. They retreated for 1,000 meters before stopping. Bang! In the sky, the palm print shone brightly while the sword light dimmed rapidly. In the end, the sword light exploded. A figure screamed and flew back like a cannonball. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. It was Yang Zaijian. He had been defeated and was lying in the huge pit, coughing up blood. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Lu Ming walked in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was demonic and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Tianyun, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Feeling the murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yang Zaijian shouted in horror. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. Since you did that, your ending is already decided. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. He walked towards Yang Zaijian step by step. Don't you dare. I'm a peerless genius of the Shifang sword faction. I'll be the pillar of the Shifang sword faction in the future. I'm someone who can become an overlord. If you kill me, the experts of the Shifang sword faction won't let you go. Yang Zaijian struggled with all his might and roared. That's my business. Why do you have to worry about it? Lu Ming was unmoved. His murderous intent became even colder. Yang Zaijian was scared. He was really scared. He could see that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Yang Zaijian shouted and rushed out of the pit, trying to escape. Human Dao. Lu Ming said softly and waved his palm. In the sky, a huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Yang Zaijian. No, Yang Zaijian roared. He frantically tried to resist, but it was to no avail. Boom! The palm print blasted down and directly blasted Yang Zaijian into the ground. There was another big pit on the ground. The palm print dissipated, leaving only a pile of meat paste in the big pit. Yang Zaijian was smashed into pieces by the palm. Yang Zaijian is dead. He's been killed. The disciples of the Shifang sword faction widened their eyes in shock and stared at him. After a while, someone reacted and shouted, Go quickly. This Tianyun is a lunatic. Swish. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. He stepped on the void and appeared above everyone's head in a few steps. Who dares to run? Yang Zaijian will be the one who ends up. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the place. The disciples of the Shifang sword faction couldn't help but stop and look at Lu Ming in fear. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill them too? Tianyun, what are you trying to do? If you kill so many of us, the higher-ups of the Shifang sword faction will definitely go crazy and do their best to kill you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Someone from the Shifang sword faction shouted. Who said I'm going to kill you? I just want to rob you. Alright, now, hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Rob? The people of the Shifang sword faction were stunned. Why? If you don't want to hand them over, I don't mind killing you. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. The expressions of the people of the Shifang sword faction changed drastically. I'll hand them over.